Don't worry about cyber attacks on Microsoft 365 anymore. Hornet Security's free threat monitor scans your users' Microsoft 365 inboxes for any kind of email threats, like phishing, ransomware, or business email compromise. Threat Monitor has a user-friendly and easy onboarding process. All you need to do is register with your Microsoft admin credentials and get connected. Done. Start monitoring your Microsoft 365 for free now. Don't worry about cyber attacks on Microsoft 365 anymore. Hornet Security's free threat monitor scans your users' Microsoft 365 inboxes for any kind of email threats, like phishing, ransomware, or business email compromise. Threat Monitor has a user-friendly and easy onboarding process. All you need to do is register with your Microsoft admin credentials and get connected. Done. Start monitoring your Microsoft 365 for free now. Don't worry about cyber attacks on Microsoft 365 anymore. Hornet Security's free threat monitor scans your users' Microsoft 365 inboxes for any kind of email threats, like phishing, ransomware, or business email compromise. Threat Monitor has a user-friendly and easy onboarding process. All you need to do is register with your Microsoft admin credentials and get connected. Done. Start monitoring your Microsoft 365 for free now. Don't worry about cyber attacks on Microsoft 365 anymore. Hornet Security's free threat monitor scans your users' Microsoft 365 inboxes for any kind of email threats, like phishing, ransomware, or business email compromise. Threat Monitor has a user-friendly and easy onboarding process. All you need to do is register with your Microsoft admin credentials and get connected. Done. Start monitoring your Microsoft 365 for free now. Don't worry about cyber attacks on Microsoft 365 anymore. Hornet Security's free threat monitor scans your users' Microsoft 365 inboxes for any kind of email threats, like phishing, ransomware, or business email compromise. Threat Monitor has a user-friendly and easy onboarding process. All you need to do is register with your Microsoft admin credentials and get connected. Done. Start monitoring your Microsoft 365 for free now.
Welcome to day 2 of VB 2021. I hope you're finding the coffee excellent, the seats comfy, the partner booths well worth a visit and very friendly, and the speakers, well, they're just awesome so far, aren't they? And we've got 8 more lined up for you today. I also hope the Not in Prague but Celebrating Anyway gala dinners all went well last night, or cocktail evenings, and that there aren't too many sore heads this morning or this afternoon or this evening or whatever time it is with you. Thank you for all your tweeting and chatting on the Discord. It's given me many a smile over the evening and today. Including Vero Valeros showing off the unique VB 2020 mug that looks a lot like this one, but 2020. She bid for that at the auction, the mug auction, or mugtion as we call it, last year. She was showing it off in her photos and suggested we should auction off the mug this year. This mug. Well, let us know your thoughts on that. I thought I was taking it home, but maybe we could. So tell us what you're thinking about a possible Mugshon, and we will let you know later on. Meanwhile, Ken Bechtel has tweeted a picture of his fine collection of VB conference programs and tags. So today on Twitter and in the chat, I want you to show us your VB swag. Yes, if you have a 1995 t-shirt, possibly a mug collection, maybe a chessboard, show it proudly on Twitter or in the chat so that we know that you are loving the VB swag. And I also want to know, what is the collective noun for a collection of VB tags? Is it a stack? Is it a cluster? Is it a flock, but spelled with a PH, obvs? So let me know your thoughts on that as well. But we had better get going with today's programme. Here's a quick reminder of how things run. You are currently tuned in to the live programme, and we will have 8 presentations for you. The speakers will each join us live after those presentations to take your questions. If you have a question for a speaker during one of the live Q&A sessions, then mark your question Ask Now, so I know it's a question for the current speaker and I can fish it out of the Q&A Discord channel and put it straight to the speaker when we are live with them. To find out more about any of the presentations, just click on the thumbnail in the presentation library, and you should be able to download papers and slides for most of the presentations there, including Danica O'Carroll's as well now, which wasn't there when he did his presentation yesterday. It is there now, so you can go and download it. Well, I did promise. There's also a top quality 1,150 minutes of presentations in the on-demand library. Really well done if you've watched them all so far, because I work out that that's about 19 hours worth. So I hope you've been enjoying those. There's also 12 presentations that form the CTA's Threat Intelligence Practitioners Summit or TIPS. And that's not to mention the catch-up, which is currently on the Day 1 tab at the top of the page. You can watch that as you are in situ or go through to YouTube and watch it. I hope you enjoyed the workshops yesterday as well, and there is one still running today. You can still do the IoT Hacking 101 workshop hosted by IoT Village as a self-paced thing throughout the time that the conference is live today. Just head over to the Take a Workshop page and there's more information there. And of course, keep on with your chatting in the Discord channels and on Twitter using the hashtag VBLocalhost. Any problems, there's a help desk channel in Discord and you can contact the team like that and we will help you out. So, it's time to introduce our first presentation for day 2. Settle down, I have a story for you. In 1887, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle brought forth a character called Sherlock Holmes, whose unbelievable adventures, reported by his trusty sidekick, Dr. John Watson, introduced Victorian popular culture to the capabilities of things like forensic science and analytical techniques, and the world would become the foundations of modern detecting, and these can be applied to cyber threat intelligence too. Selena Larson of Proofpoint will explain all.
That I tweet about it from time to time, but I'm really interested in the parallels. Hey everybody, thank you so much for coming to hang out with me today. I am really excited to be here. My name is Selena Larson. I'm a senior cyber threat intelligence analyst at Proofpoint. And today I'm here to talk to you about the confluence of 2 of my favorite things, cyber threat intelligence analysts and Victorian era murder mysteries. I've been thinking about this topic for a really long time. Some of you who might follow me on Twitter probably see that I tweet about it from time to time. But I'm really interested in the parallels between historic detection and threat hunting of adversaries, a little bit different than ours, and cyber threat intelligence. But before we get started, who is Sherlock Holmes? To me, Sherlock Holmes is literally the best character in Western canon, and this is encapsulated by Chris Traeger and this gif from NBC's Parks and Recreation. But it's not just me. He's one of the most beloved characters in literary history. He was first introduced to readers in 1887. Basically, he started appearing in short stories published by magazines and newspapers all across Victorian England. They were written, supposedly, by Dr. John Watson, who's kind of his sidekick, detecting partner, doctor, sounding board, what have you. Holmes's adventures introduced Victorian popular culture to the capabilities of forensic science and analytical techniques that would become foundations of modern detecting. What's really cool is Sherlock Holmes is actually based on a professor that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, his creator, had in medical school. In fact, Dr. Joseph Bell was so well known and recognized that his Conan Doyle's contemporaries even asked him, "Is this based on Dr. Bell?" What's cool also is Conan Doyle was a detective in his own right too, and we're going to kind of see throughout the presentation what I mean. So why do we care? Why should we go back and look at crime fiction to help us in our own journeys in cyber threat intelligence? So this quote from A Study in Scarlet, which was actually the first short story of the Holmes series that was ever published, Holmes says, "There are few people, however, who, if you told them a result, would be able to evolve from their own inner consciousness what the steps were which led up to that result. This power is what I mean when I talk of reasoning backward or analytically." Modern cyber investigations build on investigative techniques that are much older than our profession. By understanding different ways of thinking and how different analytical methods can apply to our daily jobs, we can approach problems from different perspectives that may provide us new answers or even new questions and new ways of looking at data. So the first tip I have is to think about thinking. In the Boscombe Valley mystery, Holmes and Watson are on a train and they're heading to a crime that they've been asked to investigate. There's a stack of newspapers that they've read through that describe the crime in detail. Watson says, "So, it's a murder then?" Holmes replies, "At least that's how it's been explained to me, but I will not conjecture until I look into it myself." We all have inherent biases based on life, work, general human experiences, whatever might be going on in the outside world, like the media or Twitter. But before he begins an investigation, Holmes ensures that his judgment remains unclouded by assuming something occurred before he actually knows the truth and begins to collect his own data and make his own hypotheses. It is really important to be self-aware of the prejudices that exist and the conclusions of data that we want to be true. It is very easy for threat analysts to fall into what's called cognitive bias. So some of these behaviors might include supporting one hypothesis over another, looking for information and evidence that supports our preconceived notions while rejecting information that refutes them, or giving greater weight to data that supports hypotheses than data that contradicts it. I want to give a shout out to Katie Nichols, who is the Director of Threat Intelligence at Red Canary. She did a 2019 CNCFIR presentation that really digs into this, as well as the overall intelligence cycle, really well. But cognitive biases are the ways that we think that might impact how we do our work or our judgment or how we think about information. For example, assuming an organization is targeted by Chinese threat actors because the adversaries use PlugX malware is an example of biases in action. Cognitive bias can cause errors in data and ultimately errors in analysis. A big one could be misattribution to state actors. And what's interesting here is that oftentimes you kind of hear this conversation about false flags in threat activity, right? A threat actor pretending to be another one. In many ways, that's kind of taking advantage of our cognitive biases, our preconceived notions that, we know that this actor uses this type of malware and this type of infrastructure, therefore it must be that actor. Olympic Destroyer is a good example of this, Russia masquerading as North Korean state actors. In fact, early on in the discussion, it was thought to be North Korea before ultimately we learned that it was Russia. And then back in 2019, Turla, also known as Snake, piggybacked on oil rig infrastructure, basically hopped on that Iranian infrastructure and launched their own malware attacks, kind of confusing or leading to some potential misidentification based on some of that potentially those cognitive roadblocks that we have because we are familiar with the type of malware, type of infrastructure, types of behaviors that are associated with threat actors. So we jump to conclusions before getting all the data. So tip number 2 is to consider all evidence. I love this quote, again, from the Boscombe Valley Mystery that Holmes provides us that I think really encapsulates a lot of how we have to approach data and approach evidence. Circumstantial evidence is a very tricky thing. It may seem to point very straight to one thing, but if you shift your own point of view just a little, you might find it pointing to, in an equally uncompromising manner, to something entirely different. How does that apply to us in life in general, but specifically CTI? Unless we can infiltrate a threat actor's machine, hijack their front-facing camera, and take a photo of the operator with their hands on the keyboard, assessments of activity generally rely on educated inferences made based on all available data. Kind of pointing to that idea of circumstantial evidence. So in his conversation with Holmes here, with Watson here, Holmes is effectively describing a method of intelligence analysis called the analysis of competing hypotheses, or for our purposes, ACH. ACH helps analysts navigate the cognitive roadblocks inherently present due to that cognitive bias that we talked about before. When we have unrecognized biases in our lives, they kind of put up blinders for us on potential other avenues of investigation or solutions to problems. ACH helps us take down those blinders and kind of combat those roadblocks. So in the CIA's report, A Tradecraft Primer, Structured Analytic Techniques for Improving Intelligence Analysis, ACH is described as using all the available evidence to disconfirm rather than confirm hypotheses. Just like we kind of mentioned earlier in this presentation, what cognitive bias tends to have us do is looking for information that confirms our existing hypotheses. So this helps push back on that. Analysts should explicitly list all possible hypotheses and evidence, cross-referencing each piece of evidence with the conclusion it supports or disproves. ACH is dependent on how comprehensive and accurate your hypotheses are. Are they distinct, but broad, provable, etc.? Really good hypotheses can be narrowed down to answer a specific question. And ultimately, using the method of alternative analysis of competing hypotheses, you can create and develop better hypotheses that help guide you in a way of collecting more information and supporting evidence. So in a presentation with SANS earlier this year, my colleagues Josh Miller and Kirsta Gearing talked about the analysis of competing hypotheses really in depth based on some research that they did from a group that we call a proof point TA453. So the following hypotheses applied to espionage activity that specifically targeted medical professionals from this Iranian threat group. They identified multiple hypotheses to explain the threat activity and the possible motivation and objectives, basically identifying also how evidence might impact each conclusion. So you can see here at the top, they listed a number of different hypotheses that could potentially be used or inform their investigation, right? So kind of explaining that this campaign demonstrates an intelligence requirement to collect specific medical information related to genetic oncology or neurology research. A different hypothesis may mean that the campaign demonstrated an interest in the patient information of the targeted personnel. Or this campaign may demonstrate an aim to use the recipient's account in further campaigns. We're kind of, as you go through, their research and investigation, you're listing on hypotheses all potential explanations for the activity that has been observed. So you can see in the following table that once they've generated their hypotheses, they list all of their available evidence to say, does this support or disprove or is it not applicable to these certain hypotheses? So looking at the targeting, looking at the infrastructure, looking at the subject and learners of emails, prior campaigns by this actor and other threat actors, the targeting information, the individuals who were targeted and what type of industry vertical that they're in. Kind of aligning all of this information together to better sort of narrow down the hypotheses that you have to see if you could come to one high confidence assessment that supports your available evidence. Unfortunately, in this case, there was not enough data in the observed campaign to narrow down ACH into one high confidence assessment, but it does provide investigative questions to guide further research. A really important point to this is understanding the limitations of data is fundamentally important because it helps analysts scope confidence levels, generate new questions, and new routes of investigation, and effectively and comprehensively, and perhaps most importantly, report findings to customers. One of the coolest things I think about Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, he did live a very interesting and well-rounded life. But he actually put ACH into practice beyond his fictional narratives. And by that, I mean he helped free 2 wrongfully convicted men who had been sentenced for crimes based entirely on circumstantial evidence. He went back, assessed available evidence, provided alternative conclusions, and basically proved their innocence just by taking a look at the existing evidence and coming at it from a different lens, seeing if he could provide alternative hypotheses that ultimately led to be true. In the time that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle existed as a human, prison was not a great place. So the fact that he was able to free 2 men from this really hard prison system effectively saved their lives. So tip number 3 is to use threat behaviors. A study in Scarlet provides us with another really fun quote, I think, and throughout his adventures, Holmes does a really great job of identifying physical characteristics that can be used to build a picture of a suspect. For example, when a man writes on a wall, his instinct leads him to write above the level of his own eyes. But that's not all he used, right? Footprints and the length of a stride to deduce the height of a suspect. He could use cigarette ash or cigar ash to determine how long a person stayed at a particular location. Characteristics of fingerprints to identify their likely owners. And he was doing fingerprint analysis before it became the norm in Scotland Yard. And then finally, the wear patterns in an outfit or a shoe to identify a man's gait and possible occupation. In all of his adventures, Holmes provided a critical look at the impact individuals' behaviors have on their surrounding environment. Ultimately, he shocked both the fictional characters that he was writing about. They were completely baffled as to how a detective could know so much about them, but as well as the general public, who had no idea that the amount of information one can glean if you just pay close attention. Deduction based on human conduct is so effective because habits are difficult to change. If you think about it in your own life, you probably have a morning ritual. You probably have a working environment. You probably use the same software, a type of computer. You probably have certain language that you use when you're speaking and writing. The way we write, code, speak, hold our cigarettes, take a shot, wear down their shoe is fundamentally habitual. Without consciously thinking about modifying our behavior, these behaviors are artifacts that can be used to identify us as individuals. For cyber threat actors, the methods that they use to infiltrate a target, move laterally within an environment, exfiltrate data, or wipe hosts are not easily changed. And we can really use this to paint a full picture of the adversary. At this point, I would like to introduce David Bianco's Pyramid of Pain, which many of us are already familiar with. But it kind of shows us from very easy to change to very difficult to change different indicators. It's a lot easier to sort of identify and block adversary behaviors or TTPs than these more static indicators that are a lot easier to change. So by identifying an adversary's habits, analysts can more accurately track, identify, and block the methods and operational requirements used by adversaries that impact their organizations or customers. The sign of 4 again provides us with a very prescient Holmes quote. While the individual man is an insoluble puzzle, in aggregate, he becomes a mathematical certainty. Here, Holmes is actually paraphrasing William Winwood Reade's book, The Martyrdom of Man, which was really popular at the time. Holmes believes that humans are inherently predictable. He also thinks that humans are inherently boring and not exciting, and why is he spending time looking up and solving crimes for them? But I digress. You can kind of use this idea of human nature as a mathematical certainty as a useful tool for grouping and tracking adversaries in the cyber realm. So Proofpoint tracks, for example, TA406 based on multiple threat behaviors observed in almost all of its campaigns. This actor targets political, foreign policy, and nonprofit organizations, especially those working with or experts on activities impacting the Korean Peninsula. TA406, when it comes to infrastructure, uses its own registered and controlled infrastructure to host cred capture web pages and maldocs that are distributed via phishing. The actor uses different registrars and hosting providers in various geographies. What's more, this group uses Gmail, Yandex, or Mail.ru email accounts, and they'll masquerade as legitimate government or nonprofit entities. Sometimes TA406 may leverage URLs linking to SendGrid, that email delivery service that we see a lot of with mouse spam, that redirects to an attacker-controlled domain. One point that's interesting here is its targeting differentiates TA406 from actors that use similar malware. For example, they sometimes target journalists and have overlapping targeting with TA407, another group that uses similar the malware called Baby Shark. But TA407 doesn't usually target journalists. So you have these small sort of artifacts or differentiators and threat behaviors that can help you put together a full picture of an adversary. Independently, these behavioral indicators are not indicative of a specific adversary, but in aggregate, they can be used to identify a likely threat actor. In this case, TA406. Tip number 4, words matter. As a former journalist, obviously this matters a lot to me, but the language, writing style, and file names that threat actors use are all brushstrokes on the canvas of attribution. A case of identity, for those of you who are not familiar, is actually one of, if not the first catfish, before catfishing was a thing. Basically, Holmes looks at the small details in a typewritten note the same way investigators today look at fingerprints. It's a curious thing, remarked Holmes, that a typewriter has really quite as much individuality as a man's handwriting. At the time, that was a pretty big deal. In our case, cyber threat actors' words and how they are communicated can provide investigators with very useful details in the same way that a weird character that has a unique stamp on a typewriter helped Holmes identify an author of letters that were really horrible, driving this poor girl, our client, completely crazy. So I have 2 examples here that kind of talk about how we can look at words or phrases or strings in code or malware or even letters, emails, what have you, to identify different threat actors. So our first example is 2 2020 reports from NCC Group and Clear Sky Cybersecurity that detailed separate threat activities, but both included web shell reuse with the string Citrix at Carpedar. Apologies if I am mispronouncing that. But the Farsi words in the string, which translate to donkey father, thank you Twitter for pointing that out to me, helped analysts attribute the activities to an Iranian state-aligned, likely Iranian contractor. So using this string and some additional information, analysts were able to sort of link these activities. Example 2, in April 2021, 48 Hours reported a teenager confirmed the identity of an anonymous account that tried to have her killed based on the grammar and punctuation that he used on his dark web forum posts. This was actually a pretty interesting case. There was this young woman who found and met someone online. They became intimate, started dating. She broke up with him. He was mad about it. he ended up going on dark web forums and basically putting out a hit on his ex-girlfriend. And she was able to tell investigators and show texts that were like, this is exactly how he speaks. This is the words that he uses. This is the slang language, the grammar, punctuation, what have you. And they were basically able to help narrow down the identity, ultimately confirm the identity of her threat actor based on these words in this text message and forum posts. So tip number 5 is games are good. I would like to take a moment here to give a shout out to Enola Holmes, which is this GIF that I pulled from, and a brief segue into contemporary, my own take on contemporary fiction using Holmesian storytelling. Some of my absolute favorite Sherlock Holmes contemporary stories are when they gender swap Sherlock. In this case, Enola Holmes was a sister to Sherlock Holmes, but there have also been cases where it's Charlotte Holmes, for example, as a detective. And the ways that they kind of change around the style of detecting, as well as, some of the ways that she engages and interacts with her friends and colleagues is really interesting to me. And it kind of flips this sort of stereotypical Holmes on its head. So I highly recommend, if you haven't, check out some gender swapped Sherlock Holmes storytelling because it's really fun. So back to the presentation. The game is afoot. Sherlock Holmes says this in every possible retelling of his stories. And it might seem weird to think of hunting a murderer or a kidnapper, or in our case, cyber threat actors, as a game. But the sort of method and ways of thinking about it might actually be useful. So the mathematical models and strategy that apply to board games and video games like chess or League of Legends are undeniably effective in intelligence analysis and detecting. So modern intelligence operators use games to hone their investigative and decision-making skills, and games are currently used to train cyber defenders. In 2017, I had the opportunity to go to a conference where the CIA's game maker, David Klopper, was talking about how the agency trains its officers via board games that are designed to mimic real-world situations. The game is called Collection, and essentially officers must work together to solve major international crises via intelligence gathering, with players representing military, economic, and political analysts. From a cyber perspective, the U.S. Departments of Defense and Energy host cyber attack exercises regularly to determine the possible impact to the electric grid system if a threat actor can compromise the utilities operations network. NATO has similar cyber exercises around elections. But basically what these kind of gaming, cyber threat gaming projects do is bring together private, public sector researchers, folks who are interested in this, social scientists, and say like, all right, what are some of the theoretical scenarios that we could exhibit based on previously observed activities, based on these threat behaviors that we know threat actors exhibit, and are we able to defend against them? And what are some strategies that we could develop to be able to more effectively defend against them? Going back to that first quote, when I said this power is what I mean when I talk of reasoning backward or analytically, this idea is called backward chaining, basically using strings of if-then clauses to make an inference based on previously known facts. When an if-then statement is found to be true, for hypotheses using if-then statements, it's added to the string of clauses to help further the analysis and is used to remove untrue statements. This kind of method, this backward chaining, is often what's used to train machine learning, artificial intelligence things. So they learn as they go, right? And they reduce mistakes down the line as they learn when statements are found to be true and how to effectively make those decisions. So some researchers have actually applied this theory to gaming. It's called via backward induction. Basically, analysts can learn to look at a situation or outcome of a series of actions and reason backwards to determine what each moment in the series looks like, thereby identifying the suspect's behaviors and anticipating the future actions from their historic behaviors. So tip number 6 is my personal favorite, and I hope if you take anything away from this presentation, If nothing else, if it's this, is to check your ego. I think probably the most famous quote attributed to Sherlock Holmes in many of his retellings, and even the original, is, "It's elementary, my dear Watson." For all of his genius, Holmes is not a kind person. He uses Watson as a sounding board rather than a collaborator or a friend companion in crime solving. He looks down upon Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard. Even Mrs. Hudson, his amazing landlady, is treated like absolute garbage. I do have to say, the BBC Sherlock and Guy Ritchie's Sherlock film came out to be Sherlock. Make Sherlock out to be a little bit more of an abrasive sociopath than he was in the early stories. But still, he makes fun of clients directly to their faces. He just approaches people with this rock star mentality and in complete indifference to feelings. What does that mean? He's alone in his genius and he's codependent in his emotional well-being, neither of which is good for him or the people that he surrounds himself with. Holmes created a toxic space where people were afraid to share their own ideas or solutions to problems. He failed to make the people around him better and therefore limited the team's overall success. This type of behavior prevents innovation and collaboration within an organization and, frankly, the information security community at large. We as a community can embrace Holmesian critical thinking and investigative techniques while rejecting this idea that egotistical genius is more valuable than thoughtful collaboration. Whether you're a malware analyst, intelligence analyst, or you're a technical writer, you write detections, wherever you land on the CTI spectrum, threat intelligence is a team sport. And it's best if we all work on it together. So, in conclusion, I leave you with this Sherlock Holmes quote that I think really sums up what we do as CTI analysts and what we should hope to be trying to achieve in our day-to-day life. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you learned something. I am sticking around in the chat. I'm always on the internet, on Twitter. So if you want to chat about anything today, if you have any questions, if you want to tell me your favorite Sherlock Holmes story or your favorite contemporary retelling, by all means. And thank you so much for Virus Bulletin for having me, and have a great rest of your day.
A truly inspired presentation from Selena there, and I am very happy to say that Selena is joining us live in our virtual studio. Selena, how are you today?
Hello, I'm great. How are you?
I'm fine. You're looking rather dapper, if I may say so.
Thank you. Thank you. I decided to come in character.
So what inspired this presentation? What was it that, because you've obviously liked Sherlock Holmes for a very long time, what triggered the need to do a Sherlock Holmes CTI presentation?
Well, I was revisiting the books during the pandemic, and I was also reading Scotland Yard's kind of murder manual, like the handbook that they have for all their detectives. And there was a lot of parallels actually in analytical detecting for forensic science and how detectives kind of communicate with victims and sort evidence and things like that. That is applicable both to CTI as well as a lot of the stuff that was written about by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Well, it's interesting to hear about the Scotland Yard manual. Was that a modern thing or an old thing? It was a modern one, was it?
Oh, it's very modern. Yeah, it's very modern. They update it very regularly. I think I tweeted about it maybe six or 8 months ago now.
So do you
think you can read it online.
If those parallels exist then, going back into the CTI world from the Scotland Yard murder manual, if Sherlock Holmes were around today, do you think he'd be a good CTI analyst?
I think he might get bored sitting at his computer all the time. I don't know. I think he'd be a good detective still, but I don't know if he would enjoy, the requirements of being on a laptop constantly.
And do you think there are any other fictional characters then that might make a better CTI agent?
Oh my gosh, that's a great question. I honestly can't think of any off the top of my head. I actually think Dr. Watson would be better, just because kind of looking back to what we learned about in terms of how to collaborate with your team. I think he brings a lot more of what we need in CTI in terms of teamwork and questioning each other and being communicative and having an empathetic sort of mindset.
And also very methodical and very precise and not, well, disappearing for days on end, possibly as well. That's also a good trait in a CTI analyst.
Yeah, no cocaine haze. Yes.
But then there's the inspiration of the Sherlock Holmes type character. So they work well as a duo, don't they?
Definitely.
So it only a very short Q&A, I know, and there will probably be questions. In fact, I think there might be questions popping into the chat right now. So if you'd like to jump into the Discord chat channel and have a look if there are any questions popping up there that we haven't managed to answer, that would be brilliant. And thank you so much for joining us in the studio today, Selena.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll be hanging out in Discord and on Twitter for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Excellent. So next, we take a look at the area of security exposure in hybrid Active Directory and the techniques that threat actors can use to target them. So Tirumulai Natarajan of Mandiant Consulting and Anurag Khanna of CrowdStrike Services tell all.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining this session. Who owns your hybrid Active Directory? Hunting for adversary techniques. I am Tirumulai Natarajan. I am a principal consultant in Mandiant, predominantly supporting customers to respond and remediate to major security breaches and to assess the security posture of their Active Directory and cloud environments. I've also gained experience in building and managing security operation centers. In today's session, we'll be discussing about some of the areas of security exposure and some novel attack techniques that threat actors can use against Azure Active Directory tenants. We'll also cover how to detect these techniques and to hunt these attack vectors. I'm going to take a pause for a while, and I want to let my co-speaker Anurag to introduce himself and to continue the talk.
Thanks, Thiru. Hello everyone, my name is Anurag and I'm a manager with the CrowdStrike Services team where I do incident response. I help organizations respond to cybersecurity incidents. I'm also a SANS community instructor where I teach the incident handling course from the SANS Institute. And as Thiru said, today we will talk about the hybrid Active Directory. We will talk about the Azure AD, the on-prem AD, and how these two technologies work together to form hybrid Active Directory, a single hybrid identity that can be used in the cloud environment as well as in the on-prem environment. We will talk through few specific techniques that the threat actors use to target Azure AD and the hybrid Active Directory environment. We have structured this talk in a specific way. Every technique we talk about has three parts. First part is the background. Here we talk about the necessary information for us to understand the attacker workflow. Step 2 is where we talk about the threat actor workflow, how threat actors target the specific technique. Third part is the most important part where we talk about how defenders and blue teamers can detect these techniques in their environment by monitoring the environment or doing a retrospective hunt. At the end of this session, we would like you to walk away from here with a better understanding of hybrid identity and to be able to test for these techniques in your environment and monitor and hunt for these TTPs. There's an accompanying paper to this talk that provides more information and would be valuable for anyone seeking to learn more about these techniques which we are going to talk about. Why talk about hybrid identity and hybrid Active Directory? Hybrid AD provides a large attack surface. This provides a lucrative target for threat actors. Recently, there has been a surge of adversary groups who have targeted Azure Active Directory and the hybrid AD. And with an upsurge in the usage of cloud, Microsoft 365, and similar other software as a service solutions, hybrid AD is being used extensively. Once a threat actor has achieved privileged access to the hybrid Active Directory environment, there are multiple opportunities for the threat actor to maintain long-term covert persistent access. And once this access has been achieved, the threat actor can use this access to move laterally from the cloud to the on-prem environment, from the on-prem to the cloud environment, and also between different Azure tenants. A thing to note here is that whatever we're going to talk about, discuss, assumes that the threat actor has privileged access in the environment. This often means global admin access in the Azure tenant and domain admin or the enterprise admin access in the on-prem Active Directory. While there are several ways how a threat actor can target hybrid AD, we have picked up 3 areas of exposure that we would like to talk about. The first area of exposure we will talk about is abusing Azure applications. Azure applications provide functionality to users. This helps organizations leverage the Azure Active Directory. For abusing Azure applications, we will talk about 2 scenarios. The first scenario we will talk about is a supply chain attack. This is where a threat actor can target a home tenant, the tenant where the Azure application has been registered, and use that access to then target the downstream tenants or the consumer tenants. The second technique which we will talk about, the second scenario which we will talk about is how a threat actor can target the consumer tenants. This is where a threat actor can add secrets to the service principals that exist in the consumer tenants. This can help the threat actor to maintain long-term covert access to the Azure tenant. The second technique or the area of exposure we will talk about is identity federation configuration. Identity federation is how authentication can be outsourced by Azure AD to an external IDP, often ADFS. The third attack scenario, the area of exposure we will talk about, is how threat actors can backdoor pass-through authentication. This is where threat actors can not only gain long-term covert access in the environment, but can also use this to harvest credentials. So let's first talk about abusing Azure applications. Before we talk about how threat actors target Azure applications, let us understand few basics about the Azure applications. Azure applications provide functionality to users. Any Azure application has 2 parts: the application object and the service principal. The application object is created in Azure by registering an application. The tenant where the application registration happens and the application object exists is called the home tenant. This is where the app object resides. The application object is the global representation of an application in the Azure environment. In order to use the application, a service principal needs to exist. A service principal is also called an enterprise application in the Azure portal. The service principal exists in the tenant from where the application is being used from. There are a couple of types of applications. There are single tenant applications and there are multi-tenant applications. Single tenant applications are registered for a specific Azure AD directory. These applications can only be used in the tenant where they have been created, and the service principal also resides in the same tenant. And then there are multi-tenant applications. For multi-tenant applications, these applications can be used from multiple tenants. So the app object resides in the home tenant. The service principals can reside in multiple consumer tenants where the application is being used from. Think of this as a software as a service delivery model, the applications that are delivered by SaaS. Other thing for us to understand for Azure applications is permissions. There are multiple types of permissions when it comes to Azure applications. There are application permissions. These application permissions are used by applications without the need of a user being signed in. So these permissions are assigned to the application, and a user doesn't need to be signed in to use these permissions. Whereas the delegated permissions are mimicked from the signed in user, the user that has been logged into the application. But what finally matters is the effective permissions. These are decided by a combination of delegated and application permissions. Another thing for us to note here is that application permissions always require consent from an administrator, often called the admin consent, whereas a delegated permission may or may not require the admin consent. This would depend on the privilege of the permission that is being requested. Secrets or certificates are used by the service principals and application objects to prove identity. These secrets can be configured in the application object or in the service principal. Now, this brings us to how Azure applications can be abused by a threat actor to target the downstream consumer tenants or to maintain long-term privileged access in the environment. Let's talk about the first scenario. This is what we are calling a supply chain attack. In this case, an attacker can target the application object that has been registered in the home tenant, add a secret to that application object, and then use that information to access all the consumer tenants or the downstream tenants where the service principal resides for that particular application. The threat actor workflow looks something like this. As a step 1, the threat actor adds secret to the multi-tenant application registration. Remember, we assume that the threat actor already has privileged access to the home tenant. Using this, they can add that secret to the application object. Once this has been added, the threat actor can then use this information, the application secret, the application ID, to access the consumer tenants where this application is being used and the service principal exists. An additional piece of information which the threat actor would require here is the tenant ID of the consumer tenants. There are multiple ways to gather this information. We talk about some of these in the white paper that is accompanying this talk. This takes me to the scenario 2. This is where a threat actor can target the consumer tenants by adding a service principal secret, so a secret to the service principal that exists in the consumer tenant. The threat actor workflow in this specific case looks something like this. The threat actor has privileged access to the Azure tenant, the consumer tenant. The threat actor uses that access to add a secret to the service principal. Once this has been added, the threat actor can then use the app ID, the service principal secret which they just added, and the tenant ID to access the Azure tenant. So we talked about two techniques, scenario 1 and scenario 2, how a threat actor can abuse Azure applications. In scenario 1, we talked about how a secret can be added to the application object that resides in the home tenant, and that access can then be used to access all the consumer tenants. In scenario 2, we talked about how a threat actor can target the consumer tenants, add a secret to the service principal, and then use that information to access the consumer tenants. The permission with which the threat actor will have access to these tenants would depend on the permissions that have been assigned to the service principal. This brings me to the important part of this attacker techniques. How can defenders monitor for this technique and hunt for this in their environment? From a monitoring perspective, whenever a secret or a certificate is added to an application object, logs are generated. These logs can be monitored for and alerted on. From a retrospective hunting perspective, defenders can list all the application objects that have been registered in their Azure tenant, look at the secrets that have been configured, and review those for any unapproved or unauthorized entries. From a service principal perspective, defenders can list all the service principals in their environment which have secrets configured and review those for unauthorized or unapproved entries. This brings us to the end of technique 1 which we like to share. Now I'll hand it over to Thiru, who will talk through how threat actors can abuse the identity federation configuration in an Azure tenant.
Thanks, Anurag. Let's move on and discuss how threat actors abuse identity federation configuration in Azure AD tenant in order to maintain a persistent privileged access. Identity federation is a system of trust that's established between two different parties like identity provider and service provider in order to outsource authentication and authorization to an external identity provider. Federation enables secure sharing of digital identity and entitlement across security boundaries. So users can use same digital identity to access resources integrated with on-premises and cloud tenants. Azure Active Directory can act as an identity provider. This can also establish a federated trust with external identity providers like Okta or on-premises solution like ADFS. So users can authenticate with credentials registered in an external identity provider to access resources integrated with Azure AD. Active Directory Federation Service, ADFS, is most commonly implemented on-premises identity provider that can be used as a federated identity solution with Azure Active Directory. This slide illustrates the authentication flow when an Azure Active Directory have established a federated trust with ADFS server. Let me explain the flow in detail. An external user wants to access a cloud application. To facilitate the authentication, cloud application will redirect to Azure AD sign-in page. The external user provides the username details. If the domain is configured as federated, then Azure Active Directory will redirect the sign-in request to the respective identity provider. In our case, that's on-premises ADFS server. So Azure AD will redirect the sign-in process to ADFS server. ADFS will collect the credentials from the external user and will validate the credentials with on-premises Active Directory server. Based on the successful validation, ADFS will generate a SAML token signed using token signing certificate and will forward the SAML token to Azure AD. Azure AD will validate the authenticity and integrity of the SAML token using the public component of the token signing certificate. Based on the successful validation, Azure AD will allow the external user to access the cloud application. This is how the authentication works when identity federation is configured for a respective domains in Azure AD. Threat actors, after compromising a user account with a global administrator privilege, they can abuse identity federation configuration in order to maintain a persistent access. As a first step, threat actors can add their own domain in a compromised Azure AD tenant. They can achieve this using PowerShell commandlets. As a next step, they will try to change the authentication method of the newly added domain to federated. So to achieve that, they can pass on parameters like issuer URI. This denotes Azure AD to relate domains with tokens. And they will pass on the public component of the token signing certificate. With all these parameters, threat actors can use PowerShell commandlets to convert the authentication method to federated. Threat actor can collect information related to targeted user accounts like immutable ID. Immutable ID is an attribute used to identify user accounts in Azure Active Directory. Threat actors will generate SAML tokens using their own private component of token signing certificate for the targeted immutable IDs. Then they will forward the SAML tokens to Azure Active Directory in order to access resources. Azure AD, once it receives a SAML token, will relate the domain information and verify the identity federation configuration of the domain. Based on the public component of the token signing certificate, Azure AD will validate the authenticity and integrity of the SAML token. After successful validation, Azure AD will allow the threat actor to access the resources integrated with Azure AD. These techniques can be used by threat actor to maintain a persistent access over the resources integrated with Azure Active Directory. We can detect this technique by monitoring Azure Active Directory audit logs. Any change in domain authentication activities will trigger alerts under category directory management with activity type as set domain authentication. This can be a good indicator for detecting this technique. We can proactively hunt by listing out all the domains added in Azure AD tenant And then we can verify the federated domains to identify the suspicious entry. This method can be used to identify unauthorized domains added in the Azure AD tenant. Let's move on and discuss how threat actors create backdoors using pass-through authentication agents to harvest credentials and to laterally move. Azure AD Connect is a Microsoft tool to support hybrid authentication. This acts as a bridge between the on-premises Active Directory servers and Azure Active Directory to synchronize the user attributes. Azure AD Connect needs to be deployed in on-premises, and it supports various authentication methods like password hash synchronization, pass-through authentication, federated authentication using ADFS. Organization prefers pass-through authentication method on scenarios where they don't want to synchronize the hash of the password hash with Azure Active Directory, and also to enforce the authentication process to happen only in on-premises Active Directory end. So they can advocate a common password policies in hybrid Active Directory environment. Pass-through authentication agents needs to be deployed in on-premises, and it maintains an outbound persistent connection with Azure Active Directory. Multiple PTA agents can be registered with Azure Active Directory. So the authentication flow will get load balanced between the registered PTA agents. This slide illustrates the authentication flow when a pass-through authentication method is used. Let me explain the flow in detail. An external user wants to access a cloud application. And to facilitate the authentication process, the cloud application will redirect to Azure AD sign-in page. Azure AD will collect the credentials from the external user and will encrypt the credentials using the public key of Azure AD Connect and will place as a request in the queue. The on-premises pass-through authentication server will retrieve the request from the queue and will decrypt the credentials using private key of it. Then it validates the credentials with on-premises Active Directory server and will forward the response to Azure AD. Azure AD will validate the response it receives, and based on the successful validation, Azure AD will allow the external user to access the cloud application. This is how the authentication flow happens when a pass-through authentication method is used. Threat actors, after compromising user accounts with global administrative privileges, they can register their own pass-through authentication servers as an additional PTA agents in Azure Active Directory. After successful registration of threat actors' owned PTA agents, Azure AD will start sharing the authentication requests that it receives from external users between the known PTA agents and threat actors' owned PTA agent. And as a next step, in order to harvest the credentials, threat actors will leverage modules like AAD internals and install PTA Spy DLL in threat actor owned pass-through authentication servers. Once PTA Spy DLL is injected, threat actor will start receiving the credentials for the user authentication requests that it receives from Azure Active Directory in threat actors owned pass-through authentication server. This slide illustrates the change in authentication flow after a successful registration of threat actors pass-through authentication server. Azure Active Directory will start load balance the authentication requests that it receives from the external users between the known PTA agent and threat actors owned PTA agent. This technique can be used by threat actor in order to harvest the credentials based on the authentication requests it receives, and will use the credentials to laterally move into on-premises environment and to maintain access. We can detect this technique by monitoring Azure Active Directory audit logs. Any activity related to registration of a new pass-through authentication agent will trigger alerts under category resource management and activity type as register connector. This can be a good indicator for detecting this technique. We can proactively hunt by listing out all the registered connectors in Azure Active Directory tenant and identify the anomalies from the approved list. We are pretty much to end of this session. We refer to various blogs created by different researchers across the world. We really want to thank their wonderful work at this time. Thanks for tuning in. We have related our detailed white paper along with this talk. Thank you.
Another great presentation, and I am delighted to say that Thiru and Anurag are joining me live in the virtual studio. Thank you for joining me, chaps. How are you today? You both okay?
Doing good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. So, a few questions. By the way, if you do have questions for Thiru and Anurag, just jump into the Q&A Discord and put "Ask Now" on your question, and then I can fish it out and pitch it straight to the guys. So, Thiru, coming to you first. How can organizations secure privileged accounts in Azure Active Directory?
Right, that's a great question. So I would suggest the administrators should have a dedicated account to manage cloud separately than when they want to manage an on-premises servers. So that's a fast thing. The second control they can enable is multi-factor authentication. They can enforce it through conditional access policies, right? So that we can mitigate the password spray attacks, so that we have a second factor authentication. So that's one thing they can secure it, and then they can use a dedicated workstations just to perform administrative activities over cloud tenants. And they can enable some features like identity protections to know like if the passwords is being leaked in other third-party websites, or based on the risk rating of the specific user account. So these are some of the controls that we strongly recommend that cloud administrators can focus on in order to secure the privileged accounts.
Would you know if the password had been leaked? Would there be any warning of that, or not until there's an attack?
So there are two ways. Like there are a few services are baked in with the Microsoft Azure Active Directory that if the specific organization subscribe to it, they can be alerted if at all the passwords has been leaked in any of the known or third-party sites.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And if you want any clarification on that, I will ask Thiru and Anurag to jump into the Q&A channel. So if you want any clarification, just ask in there. Anurag, can I come to you, please? What are some of the threats for using ADFS?
Yeah, great question. ADFS is federation, so it's the IDP which is in the on-premises environment, used often for cloud services. Now that makes it a perfect target for threat actors. If a threat actor has access to the on-prem environment, they can go to the ADFS. If they have write access, privileged access, they can steal what we call the token signing certificate. Now this token signing certificate, as Microsoft calls it, is the bedrock of security in ADFS. This is used to sign the SAML tokens. Now the threat actor can steal that, but fortunately it's encrypted. But what happens when a threat actor sees something encrypted? They just don't back off. They ask the question, where's the key? So in this case, the key which is needed is in the Active Directory. So if the threat actor can go to the domain controller, pull the key, get the certificate, now they have those two vital pieces of information they need to become your ADFS, essentially to sit anywhere across the internet, on the internet, and start forging those SAML tokens and mimicking the users. And this attack is very difficult to detect, because if you look at the look at the Active Directory logs, the Azure AD logs, they look exactly like how a normal user would log in. And there are no logs that are generated in on-prem environment. So secure your ADFS servers as you will secure your domain controllers. Put them in tier 0, put monitoring on it, and secure it.
So if the attack is really difficult to detect, and you do have some problems further down the line, how do you know where the breach happened?
The best way to protect against this attack is to not let the threat actor get in. not let the threat actor have that privileged access in the environment. That's the best way to protect against this. But the way where defenders can perform remediation, if they think this is something which has happened, is to start rotating those certificates. So if you rotate that token signing certificate, now there's a new token signing certificate. And you need to do that twice because the old one also works. So if you think that you have had a breach, attacker may have stolen that token signing certificate, rotate your token signing certificate twice. As a matter of fact, do it as a process. So set up a process where you keep rotating those token signing certificates. They get rotated every 1 year by default, but that time horizon can be shortened and they can be rotated before that 1 year also.
Excellent. Good advice there from both of you. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me. Tiru and Anurag are going to jump into the Q&A chat channel on Discord now and see if you have any further questions. But thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks.
And remember, with all our presenters, if you have a question for them, don't wait till the Q&A, because sometimes I miss it then because I'm so busy chatting to our guests. Do jump into the Q&A while the presentation is going on and ask it when you think of it. And just put ask now so I know it's for our current speaker. And I fully appreciate that the Q&A channel got slightly distracted with a controversial chat about which was the best Sherlock Holmes. But let's get lots more questions in for our speakers. So next up, Lazarus is one of the most prolific and destructive APT groups, which means that tracking and grouping their various campaigns is particularly important. In this presentation, we see how some of the colleagues at Kaspersky have identified different Lazarus-related malware clusters and how the security community can attribute new activity to particular clusters. Here's Seong-Soo Park to tell us more.
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you for having me Virus Bulletin and thank you for attending my presentations. My name is Seong-Soo Park from South Korea, and in my presentation I would like to talk about the notorious APT group known as the Lazarus. And I think most of the attendees already heard about this group. And as you can see in this title, and this talk is about clusters of Lazarus group and their connections and some differences. Then let's move on. Allow me to introduce myself briefly. Now I'm working in Kaspersky Global Research and Analysis team as a senior security researcher. And my main duty is to research state-sponsored APT actors, especially I'm the only one who can speak the Korean in our team. So I'm usually tracking the Korean-speaking APT actors such as Kimsuki, Skycraft, and Dark Hotel, Blunorov, and Lazarus. Then let's see briefly who is the Lazarus. I don't want to describe the whole details and the whole historical event of them. And I think a lot of security vendors had attention for these groups from Sony Pictures Entertainment hacking in 2014. And recently, they have two big intentions. The first one is the financial profit, and the other one is the cyber espionage. And when these groups start to become known in our industry, their capabilities were not that high-skilled or sophisticated, I think. But nowadays, they are huge threat in various industry, and they have enough skills, as well as sometimes they make a tremendous progress in their TTPs. And they use the various infection methods and have several clusters, and they use the well-trained post-exploitation techniques. Also, they set up the extensive multi-stage command and control infrastructure for their cyber attack. Okay, then what is the issue in this group? Recently, I saw very interesting tweet poll created by renowned researchers in our industry. The first one was from the Joe Slowik's Twitter. The question was, which is the bigger attribution fail? The result was quite interesting for me. WinT or WinNTI is known as a very big umbrella in this industry, and I also have a lot of experience in WinT cluster when I work in the online game company in South Korea. So I know very well the WinT is super complicated, but the poll result, as you can see, the poll result shows more people think the Lazarus is more complicated than WinT. And after that, I also came across another tweet from the Florian Ross. The question was, anyone else concerned that we put every single North Korean into Lazarus cluster? And this one is, I'm also very concerned about the recent Lazarus group's attribution. So the result of this poll was very interesting for me as well. This meme shows what I feel when I research the Lazarus group. Sometimes I also want to put their whole clusters in just one simple cluster and just want to call them Lazarus. It's very simple and I can save a tremendous time of. But as well as sometimes I also want to research another very simple APT group who has a simple cluster, but I'm a big fan of Lazarus group, so I do my best to track them and categorize them. Then let's talk about their clusters. This is the brief history of them. After the Sony Pictures Entertainment hacking, we keep tracking the family as named Manuscript. But from 2018, we start to find more clusters that have a connection with Manuscript. I think there were big changes in 2018 in Lazarus group, and some clusters spun off from the original Manuscript cluster, and they diverged the attack methodologies from one origin clusters. And maybe some cluster names are familiar with you, but many of them are not familiar, I think. So let me introduce each cluster very briefly. The first one is apple juice. We published in the middle of 2018. And this research was started from one cryptocurrency exchange. They were compromised by other cryptocurrency applications. And it turned out that Lazarus established a fake company and made fake applications. Also, the tremendous finding of this research was Lazarus Group distributed macOS malware for the first time. That's why we call this cluster as apple juice. And you can see the infection chain after executing the validate module from the Tronized applications. It fetched the installer malware and it creates a loader and encrypted backdoor. And eventually the backdoor was loaded and start to communicate with the command and control servers. The next cluster is a Threadneedle. It's one of the most used cluster by Lazarus Group, and we came across this cluster from one cryptocurrency exchange. And this cluster is target not only Windows system, but the Android system as well. So you can see the mobile game company was one of the victims. And this cluster was delivered various methods such as a malicious document, Tronized the application, watering hole. And as you can see from the Google's announcement in early of this year, they attacked the security researcher, and at that time they used the zero-day exploits. And Lazarus Group attacked many industry with this cluster, and recently they focus on the defense industry. And Threadneedle cluster contained the various components. It consists of installer, downloader, loader, injector, backdoor, and combined with these various methods at each time. And backdoor also is not a one type. It has many backdoor variants in these clusters. And next one is Death Note, also known as the Operation Dream Job in this industry. And we discovered this cluster from the cryptocurrency exchange. And at the first time, I was not sure it's a Lazarus malware because the initial stage downloader changed so much. But I figured out that they used the old Lazarus malware in second and third stage. And this cluster also target the defense industry and start to using some job vacancy lure for the defense industry. And because of this decoy document, this cluster get more intentions from our industry. And not only the malicious office file, but the Tronized PDF file are also used to deliver the malware. When the user allow executing the initial infection vector, it creates the downloader malware. And please make sure that each malware component in different cluster does not mean the same malware. For example, the downloader in Serenity cluster and downloader in Death Note cluster is a different malware. I just name it to simply show its functionalities. And this downloader fetched the next stage backdoor named Blinding Can and Copper Hatch, which these two are published by the USA CISA, CISA, and they attribute these two backdoor to North Korean threat actors. And we recently discovered that this cluster attacked the think tank associated with the North Korea and attack a big software company as well. So this cluster is still very active one. The next one is a book code, and this one is discovered from the investigation of software company in South Korea, and we believe this cluster want to maybe compromise their victims' supply chain. And around the same time, the ESET published a blog that Lazarus Group distribute this book code malware through the supply chain. This cluster also delivered with the many methods such as watering hole, Tronized the applications and the supply chain, and only discovered from the South Korea until now. And it has a relatively simple infection chain. The installer malware creates the next phase malware, and the injector injects the encrypted payload to the legitimate process after decrypting. And Lazarus Group attacked the pharmaceutical company at the end of last year when many drug makers struggled with the developing COVID-19 vaccine. The next is a relatively new one named Cookie Time, also known as LCP dot. And we discovered the Cookie Time when I was investigating the Swan Needle case. And I found the different malware connect to the same C2 server. So I started to investigate it. And the interesting part of this Cookie Time is a malware using the steganography. When the malware fetch the command from the C2 server, the data from the server looks like a legitimate GIF file, but it contains the encrypted command from the attackers. And it consists of simple components. After initial infection, the loader malware is executed with which load the downloader malware. And this downloader fetch the cookie time backdoor for the backdoor operations. The last one is a MATA, also known as DACLS, DACLS. At the beginning of this research, we only have a very weak connection with Lazarus Group. It used several uncommon file names, same with the old Lazarus malware. The threat actor utilized this malware for cybercrime, like attacks such as stealing customer database or spreading the ransomware. But recently, we found a MATA cluster from the defense industry, and we discovered more connections with the Lazarus Group. In the latest case, we can figure out the whole infection chain, and they deliver the MATA malware using the downloader, and this downloader has a lot of connection with the Lazarus Group. And the MATA cluster runs differently as compared to another cluster, and eventually the orchestrator malware run on the memory and load various plugins in. And one of the big characteristics of MATA is it has a malware type for Windows, Linux, and macOS as well. That's it, all of the Lazarus cluster, and I would like to mention in this presentation. And of course, there are more clusters of Lazarus Group, which is not mentioned in this presentation. But I just would like to more focus on the heavily used one. Okay, then let's see what is the connection of each cluster. As I said, I believe the origin of most cluster is a manuscript. And throughout the tracking the Lazarus group, we've seen many overlaps for each clusters. First of all, the second payload of Apple Juice had many code similarity with the manuscript variant, and also the Threadneedle cluster has a static similarity and the code overlap with the manuscript. And Apple Juice cluster has a connection with the Threadneedle. Not only the code overlap, but they use the same homemade tunneling tool at the post-exploitation phase. Next, the Death Note cluster has many overlap with the Threadneedle. Both two clusters were discovered from the same victim, and sometimes they compromise the command and control servers, as well as they use the same custom web shell. And the book code cluster and Death Note cluster were discovered from the same victim, and they have a very similar post-exploitation TTPs. And book code also has many code overlap with the manuscript. Also, book code used the same malware for victim profiling used in Threadneedle cluster, and they also share the same command and control servers. And the cookie time was also discovered from the same host infected with the Threadneedle and used the same C2 servers. Last but not least, the Mata cluster has a similar static characteristic with old Lazarus tools. And as you can see, that these Lazarus clusters have many overlaps. And then why just we do put them in simple one cluster? Because they still have a TTPs in the whole attack procedures. It means that we need a different response for each clusters, right? Then let's see what is the difference between them. The first difference is the TTPs of each cluster. The Lazarus group used a common malware delivery methods such as spear phishing or watering hole, but each cluster has small differences. So Apple Juice cluster established the fake company and the fake website and contact the victim through email or social media. The Death Note cluster rely on the remote template injection technique, and they use Tronized PDF reader as well. This PDF reader checks the opened fake PDF file, and if it has the same hash they want, then it decrypts the next payload from its body. And we only identify the Mata cluster with the vulnerable internet-facing network device. And you can see the component of each cluster. And each cluster has a different component, especially the Threadneedle consists of more components. And Mata cluster consists of a different type like orchestrator and plugins. The next difference is the command and control infrastructure. First of all, the C2 infra of several clusters have common structures. At first, the actor compromised the web servers and uploaded the web shell to control it. And they configured the multi-stage C2 infrastructure. The first stage is C2 server is responsible for proxy. And second stage C2 server is receive the data from the first stage C2 server and is controlled by the malware operator. And the operator upload the C2 script and infect the victim with their backdoor. And if the backdoor connect to the first stage C2 and send the profile of the victim, then the malware operator made a command from the second stage C2 server and send it to the first stage. And finally malware fetch its command from the first stage C2 and upload the result. And each server contains the C2. Each server also contains some C2 script and configuration file, which contain the next stage C2 address and logo file. And these are the common characteristics of Lazarus clusters command and control servers. But when we look into it closely, we can identify the different characteristics. Threadneedle C2 server change the file name often and use the randomly generated file name for the command file and the result from the backdoor. And the big characteristics of Death Note C2 is it has a payload delivering script, and this script also refer to the allowed IP list and the blocked IP list. And for the backdoor operation, Death Note C2 use the file name with the image 2019 or the image 2020, something like that. And cookie time cluster use the public web shell, and book code exchange the backdoor command and the result through a variable in C2 script. Otherwise, the other C2 script use the file to deliver the command. This is the difference of a C2 script. The next difference is development environment. The linker version of malware metadata means the compiler version. You can find the linker version and its corresponding compiler. And different cluster use a different compiler, and relatively new cluster, the cookie time and Mata, use the latest compiler. And when we check the compiler version through the rich header, it shows very similar result. And some cluster using the similar compiler, but you can see the malware developer behind each cluster using a different compiler. If I am developing something, I might use the one compiler I used to it, and it means that many different malware developers are working behind these clusters. Next one is most interesting part for me. When we type some command in terminal, we have some habit, especially in the option of each command, right? When I look into the keyboard hands-on activity of each cluster, I found some habit of them. The first one is a nested command. Usually the malware operator use the A and O options, but only Vcode cluster use the A, O, N options. And to find the established connection, most cluster use the EST option for the filter, but only Vcode cluster use the ESTA filter. It means the malware operator behind the Vcode cluster has a different habit. And as well as only AppleJuice cluster using the find stl command rather than the find command. And when we use the ping command, there are some difference as well. Only Vcode cluster use the A, N option, and other cluster using the N or NA options. This means the different malware operator who has the different habit conducts the post-exploitation phase. They also use the different post-exploitation techniques and tools. For the network scan, the Death Note cluster and cookie time use the homemade SMB scanner, and only Vcode cluster use the Wake Me on LAN tool to find the alive host. And for credential dumping, many cluster using the responder, and the Vcode cluster also dumping the registry manually to get a login credential. Also, AppleJuice and Threadneedle cluster made a second access channel using a custom port opener and tunneling tools. And as we can see in this slide, each cluster used the different tools and techniques in post-exploitation phase. So in order to respond to these differences, we need to understand the whole attack procedure very well. The tone is knowledge. Sometimes several clusters attack one industry at the same time, but it also has differences. AppleJuice is the financial profit dedicated cluster. They only attack the cryptocurrency related business. And Threadneedle is one of the cluster attack the various industry. At the first time, this cluster heavily target the cryptocurrency exchange, but they also attack the mobile game company and software vendor. And until recently, they focus on the defense industry, and also attack the security research at early of this year. The Death Note cluster also attacked the cryptocurrency business at the beginning, when we just found it, and after that, it attacked the defense sector and software vendors as well. And book code was discovered from the software vendor and pharmaceutical company at the end of the year. And Cookie Time cluster attacked the defense industry, and they also target the pharmaceutical companies. At the beginning of Mata Research, they attacked the small, medium-sized company around the world, regardless of the industry, and attempt to steal customer database was spread ransomware. But we confirmed that Mata cluster attacked the defense sector in June 2021. The point I would like to emphasize in this slide is the Lazarus group is a cyber espionage group. So defense industry is one of their main target, and they also attack the software vendors very aggressively. Probably they want to use the software vendor supply chain to spread their malware. Okay, that's it. I want to share, and this is the conclusion. As you know, the old threat actors are changing. They are the same people like us, and somebody promoted and someone goes to another team. Even someone died as well. And even their internal structure also changed, and the leadership also changed. And this kind of change caused the change of their capabilities and the attacking methodology. And this continuous changing make attribution is very difficult. We have a different visibility and standard. Sometimes we might be wrong, and I was also wrong many times, and even many points of this presentation could be wrong. So I think the understanding of the full context of a cyber attack is very important to make a solid threat intelligence, especially about the attributions. And what I feel while I tracking the Lazarus group is their initial stage payload change very often, but the second and third stage, even their post-exploitation phase are not changing often. So yeah, attribution is very hard, but we don't need to put them all to the known cluster or just one cluster. And always we need to be open-minded and share something with some responsibilities. Yep, that's it. I hope I deliver some useful information in this presentation, and I hope I don't make another chaos in our industry. And as I said, I might be wrong, and sometimes I have a different point of view and about this group. So if you want to share or discuss anything or need more information, please contact me by Twitter or email. Thank you for your attention, and hope we can meet in person next year. Thank you.
Fantastic presentation there. I really enjoyed that. And I'm really pleased that Song-Soo can join us in our virtual studio. Welcome to the conference. How are you today?
I'm very well. Thank you, Angela. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. All the better for listening to your presentation. But I have to ask you, I mean, firstly, I have to say flippantly, do they even compete for the most interesting names for the clusters? But that's a side issue. But what I do want to ask you is, you have put so much of your time and effort into identifying these clusters. But which for you is the most fascinating of them? And why?
That is a very interesting question, actually. And each cluster of Lazarus group has own specific technical characteristics and differences. And as I said in my presentation, they use the different tool and techniques and procedure to achieve their goals. But some clusters are more sophisticated than others, and some of them are very careful to proceed the next attack phase. That's why we are not easy to understand their full attack procedure. And in my private opinions, the most interesting cluster for me was the apple juice cluster, because in the beginning of these investigations of apple juice cluster, I think it's a kind of supply chain attack compromising the legitimate software vendors. So I tried to contact them and send some email to notify them. But finally, I figured out it's a fake company and a fake website after researching their internal infrastructures. And as well as they deliver their final payload very carefully, and they might check the basic system information and only deliver the next payload if the victim is the value of the host. So this process to get a final payload.
I can't believe you tried to contact them. That's excellent to hear. Now, we are running out of time already, but I do briefly want to ask you, I understand it's been a little while since you wrote that presentation, but do you have any updates for us, particularly on which cluster or clusters you think might be the most active right now, and therefore which might be the biggest threat?
I think the most active cluster in these days is Threadneedle. They have a variety of targets. At the first time, they usually target the financial profit, but recently they shifted their target for cyber espionage and start to attack the defense industry aggressively until recent. And as well as this cluster keep targeting the software vendors to leverage their supply chain. And surprisingly, they also attacked the security researcher to steal the zero-day exploit early of this year. And moreover, just when it comes to the quantity of attacks, Threadneedle is most active cluster, and they also very agile and nimble, I think.
And does the frequency of attacks change for the different clusters over time? You know, is there one cluster more active and then they maybe retrench a little bit and think about a different way of acting, and another cluster becomes more active?
Exactly.
Yeah. So at the moment then, it's watch out for Threadneedle. We are now out of time, but Song-Soo, thank you so much for joining us. And if you could jump into the Q&A channel on the Discord chat, that would be absolutely fabulous. So if anyone has any other questions for Song-Soo, he's going to jump in there. And thanks, it's been great to meet you.
Sure, thank you for having me.
And now we have a short break. Don't forget to check out our partner booths over there. There's the Cyber Threat Alliance, the CTA booth, and also the Kiangson booth, and the CTA are also on Discord, so feel free to drop into their channel and have a chat. Let's also check in with what you're up to, and of course there may be an important announcement regarding the mug. Stay tuned. Now, what's been happening on the Discord channel? Well, Cryptax and Andy have both found themselves in need of the catch-up. So if you have missed anything from day one or day two and you would like to watch the catch-up, day one is there already. Just head to the day one or day two tabs, and in answer to another question, don't worry, the catch up isn't going anywhere fast. It will be there for a while, so you can watch all the presentations you want to and enjoy those thoroughly. I know that Cryptax was worried about having to make pizza and try and watch the presentations at the same time. It doesn't have to be done. You can watch the presentation and concentrate on it anytime you like, Cryptax, okay? So I hope you're enjoying your pizza right now. Thank you for showing us your swag inspired by Ken Bechtel on Twitter. So when you show us your swag, hashtag show us your swag. That would be very useful. And if you're a newbie and you have no VB swag, then fear not, because if you jump into the chat now, use hashtag newbie no swag and tell us what swag you would like. And then, you know, we can get some ideas maybe for Prague next year. You never know. We may send a bit of VB swag to the person who comes up with the best idea for the swag for Prague. After all, I'm a newbie as well, and I've never been to a physical conference. I've never got any swag. I keep getting my hands on these mugs and then they get auctioned off. So still no swag for me. So if you're a newbie, hashtag newbie no swag and tell us what swag you would like in Prague next year. Now, on Twitter, Alex, Tripp, Cristiano, Tony Tone Jr. and Eddie Willems are all after the mug. Yes, this mug. And in fact, Jan Terpstra thinks he's called dibs on the mug. Bro, really? Vera Valeros wants us to auction it off for charity, like we did last year. Do you remember last year? Do you love hot beverages? Do you love trees? Then we have the perfect solution for you. Head to the Mugtion at www.giveawayallyourmoney.com. Your bid could help you enjoy a lifetime of hot beverages in this utterly unique and ridiculously awesome VB2020 mug. You'll never see another mug like it, and it will help to protect trees. Not this actual tree, but thousands of acres of trees in Ecuador's Choco Forest, helping to preserve an important ecosystem and the endangered species within. So, don't be a mug. Bid now in the Mugtion. Enjoy hot beverages, save trees, enjoy your utterly unique mug. Really, what's not to like? So we're going to make this happen again, but this time for the VB 2021 mug. Can I hear a ooh? Yes, splendid, thank you. So just like magic, any moment now, a new Discord channel will appear and it will be called The Mugtion Place Your Bid. The rules for the auction are at the top of the Discord channel. Please read all the rules before you bid. And now, as promised before the mug frenzy happened, an awarding of VB conference badges. So if any of you have a table or a desk handy, a finger drum roll would be excellent right now. In a moment, I'll cue you in. So, this year, the awards for dedication to the VB conference go to Jeanette Jarvis. Jeanette, this is her 25th VB conference. Of course, she was probably still at school when she went to the first one because it was in 1996 and she still doesn't look a day over 35. So, Jeanette, this lovely VB25 badge will go to you. We will see if we can get that to you. Lovely, lovely badge. There we go. And another badge, we're going to need another drum roll here, you know this, don't you? Another badge goes to Kenneth Bechtel, who has earned his 15-year badge this year. I would hold the 15-year badge up to the camera, but I think it's in my ear. There you go, I'll stereo wipe it. In fact, we'll send you a new one, Ken. You don't have to have this 15-year badge, but I thought it looked rather good. A shout out to Richard Zwienenberg and Pavel Baudis, for both of whom it is their 29th VB conference. No, there isn't a 29th badge, but I've got a feeling in the next 12 months we have to have some 30th badges made up. We'll get those ready for Prague. Don't worry about it. All under control. They are our longest standing delegates. I mean, right now they're probably sitting comfortably watching the conference, but they are our longest standing delegates, if you know what I mean. And for some of our very own VB team, this is a milestone VB conference year 2. For Helen Martin. Can we get a drum roll? Yeah. For Helen Martin, this is her 20th VB conference, and so we will make sure you get a lovely VB20 badge. And for, drum roll please, Alison Sketchley, it is her 15th VB conference, and so a 15 badge will be winging its way to you. Again, not this one. Alison will send you a brand new one in a bag and everything. So I think that's the important stuff done. We will get the chat up and running, the Discord channel going, and I'm going to officially open bidding on the Mugshan channel. Let me just check if there's anything else I need to mention. I think we've done all the shout-outs we need to do. I have seen just appearing that there is more swag appearing, more comments appearing. I will get onto those and give you a mention when I get back. So we will be back at 17:45 UTC, which is kind of now. So we'll just extend the break a little bit, and I will see you right after this very short break with our next presentation. Welcome back after our micro break. Now, just as I left you, I could see there was stuff flooding in, and indeed it did. We have got a newbie no swag post from Elysium, who asks, can we have some kind of reusable tote bag or something like that for Prague? What? Something like that. This was from the 2019 London one. And I think that's an excellent idea, Elysium. So we'll see what we can do there. And Magpie has said maybe a jumper because it will be chilly in Prague this time of year. Both excellent suggestions. I will pass them on to the authorities and see what they have to say on the matter. Right, next, a presentation on anatomy. Yes, you heard me right. You're not at the wrong conference. It's the anatomy of native IIS malware. So, taking a look at the current landscape of IIS malware and walking us through the essentials of reverse engineering native IIS malware, please welcome ESET's Zuzana Rumkova.
Hello everyone, and thank you for tuning in for this presentation. My name is Zuzana and I work for ESET as a malware researcher. And in this presentation, I will guide you through the anatomy of native IIS malware. So for those not familiar, IIS here stands for Internet Information Services, which is Microsoft Web Server software. So we will be discussing server-side malware. And more specifically, we will look at malware written as native IIS extensions, which are C++ libraries. We have recently uncovered almost a dozen of previously unknown IIS malware families, with victims ranging from e-commerce websites to government mailboxes. So really, as you will see, this is a diverse class of threats. But still, it has some common features that we can recognize and then use to better find and analyze this type of malware, which is exactly the goal of this presentation. So let's look at today's agenda. We will start with some essentials on the IIS architecture, and we'll look at where the malicious functionality fits in. So we will cover the main features of IIS malware and what makes it interesting to the attackers. Then we will discuss how to reverse engineer this type of malware, and we'll give you an overview of the current landscape of IIS threats based on our real-world study. And finally, we will point you to useful resources for analyzing, detecting, and protecting against IIS threats. But note that even though we will base all of this information on our analysis of over 80 unique IIS malware samples, we are not going to focus on any single threat actor or any single malware family, but instead we will look at the whole class of IIS threats. So let's start with IIS software itself and how popular it is. So it is estimated that this Microsoft Web Server software is used by 4 to 7% of websites, and these numbers are based on a recent Netcraft web survey and a recent W3 Tech survey. But even though IIS is not the most widely used web server software, you can still find it running at interesting places, such as Microsoft Exchange email servers with OWA enabled. So OWA, or Outlook on the Web, is running on IIS software, which makes IIS malware a particularly interesting tool for espionage on these email servers. And we know that the OWA service is pretty common, especially these days with a lot of people still working from their homes, so they need to access their email over the web. But just to get the idea, we ran a showdown query to estimate the number of such public-facing Exchange email servers with OWA running, and it's in the hundreds of thousands. So plenty of plausible targets, which makes the threat even more relevant. So in general, when we are talking about targets of this class of IIS threats, just remember we are looking not just at the servers themselves, but also the services running on these servers, and perhaps most importantly, the users of these services, which can all be affected. And this is not hypothetical. Let's look at how IIS malware has been used for both cybercrime and cyber espionage. So I should start by saying that IIS has a modular architecture, and this was first introduced with its version 7. So since then, it's possible to extend its functionality by implementing either a native module, so that's a C++ library, or a managed module, a .NET assembly. So that was introduced back in 2007. Now, 6 years later, we have the first known case of IIS malware abusing this same extensibility. So in this case, it was a threat actor who was stealing credit card information using a native IIS module, as reported by TrustWave. And then a few more reports followed here and there about malware implemented as native or managed IIS modules. So they were reported by Unit 42, by SecPulse, by Team T5, and my colleagues here at ESET. So that one was in March this year, and my colleagues have reported on various threat actors spreading malware to Exchange email servers using the infamous proxy logon vulnerability chain. And I mention it because in one of these cases, the malware that was spreading was an IIS backdoor. So interestingly, since that blog post was published, we have found 4 more campaigns of threat actors spreading different IIS backdoors using this same pre-authentication RC vulnerability chain. And we have performed an internet-wide scan to identify victims of these campaigns, which included government institutions in 3 Southeast Asian countries, but also dozens of private companies in a range of industries. But this is just a small part of our research. we focus not just on IIS backdoors, but on all malicious native modules. So we have collected all the samples that we could lay our hands on, and that was both from our telemetry and from VirusTotal. So as you can see, when we started, we already knew about 4 to 5 of these malicious IIS malware families, and we ended up documenting 10 more. But more importantly, we have also put together a comprehensive guide to understand and reverse engineer this IIS malware. So now let's look at that. Let's look at the design and architecture of native IIS malware and how you can reverse it. So first of all, each native IIS module is a C++ library which exports a function called a register module. So how does that work with a malicious IIS module? Well, after the IIS server is initially compromised, for example by server exploitation, this library is configured as a native IIS extension. So the attackers can do this either by manually updating the configuration file or using one of the built-in IIS tools, but in any case, the admin privileges are required for this installation. But then, once configured as a native IIS extension, this malicious library will be loaded automatically by the IIS worker process, which loads all the configured modules, so legitimate and malicious, and it also handles all the inbound HTTP requests. And you know, the IIS software by itself, it's persistent with the default installation, so that means that there is nothing else that the attackers need to do for persistence and execution of the malware, because it will be loaded automatically every time by the IIS worker process, as long as it's installed as the IIS extension. So that's one of the features that makes malicious IIS extensions attractive to the attackers when compared, for example, to scripts or other generic malware that could also run on these servers. And then once the malicious extension is loaded by the worker process, it then operates by intercepting the network traffic flowing through the server, but it can also modify what HTTP responses are served to the visitors of the server. So how does that work? Well, every time there is a new HTTP request coming to the IIS server, it enters a so-called request processing pipeline, which is a series of steps or events. So it's steps such as request authentication or logging and so on. And these steps are taken one by one until the server sends the appropriate HTTP response. Now, on a deeper level, what really happens is that each of these server events generates an event notification, and this notification is then handled by event handlers implemented in the IIS modules. So, for example, the authorization events generates the notification handled by the unauthorized request handler. And after that event, the server will also generate a second notification, so that's right after this step is finished, and this is called a post-event notification. But again, it's the same principle. It gets handled by the event handler called onPost-authorized request handler. But for analyzing IIS malware, we don't have to distinguish between these event and post-event notifications. So in general, we just want to know which events are handled, so in which part of the request processing pipeline the malware is interfering. So it can handle all the events listed here in the request processing pipeline, but then there are also other events occurring on the server on the global level which are not tied to request processing or asynchronously with no fixed position in the pipeline, such as the send response event. So again, for each of these events, the IIS module can implement the respective event handler. And then these event handlers are in fact methods of module classes which are implemented in the IIS module. So when you analyze some IIS malware, you will always see a class inherited from C HTTP module, so that's to handle request level events, or a class inheriting from C global module, which is to handle global events, or there can be both. And now these event handlers, that's the most important part of any IIS module, because this is where the malicious functionality will be hidden. So if you are looking at a suspicious IIS module and you want to check if it's malicious, this is where you will be looking. And in the malware samples that we analyzed, usually not all of these event handlers were implemented, so it can be as little as 2 or 3 of them. And this is not a rule, but some of them seem to be more popular than the others, such as the onBegin request or onSend response handler, which basically means the malware wants to step in once there is a new HTTP request coming to the server, and also right before the HTTP response is sent back. But of course, all the other handlers can also be implemented by IIS malware. So for example, we have seen a malicious onLog request handler, which was used to make sure that no malicious activity ever gets logged on the server. So it can be also used for these purposes. And now the last thing that any IIS module will implement is a function called a register module. So that's the DLL export. And this is where the initialization will take place. So 2 things will be implemented in each register module function that you will analyze. So first, the module will create instances of its core classes here. And then second, it will call the setRequestNotifications method to specify which events should be handled by this module. So this is the registration for server events, and it's marked by a bit mask. And optionally, the register module function can be more complex. It can do other initialization steps, decrypt strings, initialize some structures, or set priority for the module, but these 2 steps are always there. In any case, now that we understand how IIS malware is designed, let's summarize it with quick steps to take when reversing a native IIS module. So, as we already mentioned, the first step will be to identify which server events are handled by the module. So you can use the corresponding bit mask in the register module export. But also you will need to find these handlers in the code. So you will look at the core classes and find which handlers are implemented. So this part is easy because you will know immediately when some handler is not implemented. It will look just like this, just some debug strings, so you can disregard those and just mark those with actual code and start analyzing. Now, of course, not all the implemented handlers are necessarily malicious. For example, we analyzed a Trojanized version of a legitimate IIS module, where some of its IIS handlers were from the original module, so they were benign, but then there was one added malicious handler on top. And this is easy to combine thanks to the design of IIS modules. But anyway, once you have your handlers identified, this is where you will spend the most time analyzing. And because the IIS modules rely on IIS API calls, you will need to refer to the native code API reference link here to interpret all the virtual function calls across the module. And now in this last part of our presentation, let's look at what you can expect to find once you dig deep in these malicious handlers and how to understand the IIS malware. So what kind of techniques it uses and what are its objectives. The key feature to understand is that all IIS malware processes HTTP requests coming to the IIS server. So the question really is how these requests are processed. And we identified 5 main types of IIS malware, so let's introduce them. The first category is IIS backdoors. So these are used by the attackers to control the server and remotely execute commands. These IIS backdoors are passive implants, which means that it's the attacker who first initiates the connection with the malware and not the other way around. And then once the server executes the backdoor command, it can embed the command result or other data in the HTTP response, which would be normally sent by the IIS server. Now, the supported backdoor commands among those backdoor families that we analyzed were usually not specific to IIS, so they were similar to common backdoors. But one feature that I do want to mention is these control HTTP requests, which are sent by the attacker. So the attacker wants to send some HTTP request with a command, but of course the IIS module needs to recognize that this is a request coming from the attacker, because this module will have access to all HTTP requests which are coming to the server. And the way how this is usually implemented is by embedding some kind of secret in these control HTTP requests. So we would see passwords in the HTTP request body, or some custom specific HTTP headers with some passwords. But in some cases it was a more complex condition, so this is one example that I want to go over where it wasn't some secret embedded in the HTTP request. So in this case, the malware parses all incoming HTTP requests and looks at a specific hidden relationship between the URL and then the cookie and host header. So the malware will calculate the hashes of these three values and rearrange them and compare them somehow according to this secret recipe. And this technique is obviously more difficult to fingerprint for the defenders, as opposed to malware which is using specific headers which you can easily find in the logs. So this is not so obvious with this example where it's a more complex condition, so that's an anti-detection technique. Now, the second category of IIS malware is IIS info stealers. So this group of malware is designed to steal data from the legitimate visitors of the IIS server. And we have seen these families targeting payment information, credentials, so that kind of information. So for example, in one of the analyzed families, this malware will monitor all the traffic coming to the IIS server, and whenever it discovers that there is a request made to some checkout or payment URI, this request will get logged to the log file. And then later on, the attacker can send a control request to this compromised server, and then the malware will exfiltrate the collected data to the attacker. Now, of course, HTTPS doesn't protect the user's data here in any way, because the malware is operating on the server side, so it will see the data in its decrypted state as it's processed by the server. Now, for the third category of IIS malware, that's IIS injectors, whose main goal is to serve malicious content to legitimate users of the IIS server. So this type of malware, whenever it recognizes an HTTP request coming from a legitimate user, it relays this request to its CNC server, and then based on the configuration that it gets from that server, it can change the data which this IIS server will serve to the legitimate visitor. So it can add some malware or malicious redirects or some adware. Then the fourth category of IIS malware is IIS proxies. And this is quite different from the previous one. So in this case, the goal of this malware is to misuse the compromised IIS server to relay traffic between CNC server and compromised hosts. So in this case, these compromised hosts, that can be a whole different malware campaign, a whole different malware family. It's just that these IIS proxies are usually a part of a larger infrastructure, and their only goal or their only chore is to relay data between the compromised host and the CNC server. And the attackers are using this to obscure the real location of the CNC server, and can even chain multiple of these IIS proxies one after another to make it even more obscure. And this technique has been used in the past by several APT groups, such as Grey Energy. And now what we can see with these IIS proxies is just another implementation of this technique. And note that with this type of malware, the legitimate users of these compromised IIS servers don't get affected in any way. So when we compare it to the previous two categories, you would have these legitimate users at risk because their data would get stolen or they would be served some malicious code. But in this case, all the requests coming from the legitimate users are just ignored, and they're handled by the other IIS server components as expected. It's just that this malware doesn't really interfere with the legitimate users' requests in any way. And then there is the last category of IIS malware, and that we named SEO fraud. So the purpose of this malware, in short, is to manipulate search engines into boosting SEO statistics for some third-party websites. So this malware also ignores requests coming from legitimate users. All it cares about are requests coming from search engine crawlers. So whenever there are these search engine bots indexing the internet and indexing the websites which are hosted on this compromised IIS server, this malware will relay this request or will notify its CNC server to get configuration, and then it will modify what data is served to these bots. Now, why do they do it? Well, they want to fool these search engines into boosting reputation of some third-party websites. And for this, they use a variety of techniques that shady digital marketers have been using for years. So it's techniques such as keyword stuffing, redirecting, or injecting some artificial backlinks. And you may know these techniques under the name blackhat SEO or unethical SEO. But the difference between the common blackhat SEO techniques and this case is that in this case, the compromised website, which is fooling the search engine bot, doesn't benefit in this scheme at all. It's some third-party website that does. So let's look at some quick examples. So in this example scenario, the attacker will compromise several IIS servers, and then it will instruct all the websites which are served or hosted on this server to fool the search engine algorithms, right? So from the perspective of the search engine bot, it will look like all of these websites are linking to some third-party website. So in this case, it's some scam website. And this can very well boost the reputation of this website and improve its page ranking because it appears that it's being referenced by a lot of reputable, legitimate websites. So in this scenario, or in this scheme, these compromised websites do not benefit at all. It's the opposite. If the search engines reveal this scheme, then these websites can even get penalized because this behavior is against the webmaster guidelines. But from the perspective of the attacker, they can misuse all of these compromised IIS servers to then offer this as a service to their customers. And this summarizes the 5 known types of IIS malware. So in this table, you can see the distribution of these types among the 14 malware families that we analyzed. And as you can see, oftentimes the functionalities were combined into one malware family. So proxy with SEO fraud or backdoor combined with info stealer. So to summarize, IIS malware is really a versatile class of threats. It targets Windows IIS servers, but its victims reach far beyond those servers. And we have seen the attackers choosing this way of implementing their malware to take advantage of several features that these IIS modules offer them, such as the built-in persistence and execution mechanism, or the built-in passive CNC channel. Or just because by being a part of the server, the malware can intercept server traffic and also modify HTTP responses. And as we have seen, this can have major consequences, as this malware is being used for both cybercrime and cyber espionage, and also to aid in malware distribution and CNC communication. So as of now, we are aware of a total of 14 native IIS malware families, but hopefully this presentation will shed light on these threats and will help the community uncover more of them. If you're interested in details of the malware families that we analyzed, we have recently published a series of blog posts looking at IIS malware from different angles. And also for the full guide on how to analyze IIS malware, but also mitigation tips and useful IOCs and ER rules for these known malware families, please refer to the VB conference proceedings where you can find our paper. Credits for this research also goes to my colleague Anton Cherepano, and please do not hesitate to contact either of us if you want to chat further about this research. And with this, thank you very much for listening today, and if you have any questions right now, please do write them in the chat and I will be with you shortly to answer them. Thank you.
And indeed, Susanna is here to answer your questions. So get typing in the Q&A Discord channel, and welcome, Susanna, to the VB 2021 studio. Thank you for making the time to join us live. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Angela, for having me on.
You're very welcome, or rather welcome back, because you've been with us before, of course. So let's have a chat about that presentation that you just did. Why would you say that IIS malware is becoming increasingly popular? What is it about it that makes it interesting to the adversaries to use?
Well, it may not even be that it's increasingly popular, but we haven't been paying that much attention to this cluster of threats. So that's one thing. But why I think it's interesting for the attackers, well, it's that kind of malware which operates from the servers. So with plugging this kind of malware on the servers, they get access to the data which is processed on the server, which can be a very interesting data, but also the data which is flowing to the server. So the communication between the server and the client. So that can be one reason why it's an interesting target for the attackers. Another reason why they might be interested is that with compromising just the server, they can potentially distribute malware to all of its users. So maybe it's a smart way how to start your distribution mechanism if you're a threat actor. But just looking at those IIS modules, comparing to other types of malware which could be running on these same servers, I think the main reason why it's interesting for the attackers is because of the inherent persistent mechanism. So just by installing the module as the native IIS extension, you get persistence and execution and all of this access to all of this communication, which is probably one of the reasons why the attackers are choosing this type of malware.
Thank you. Now, one of the things that I found really, really interesting is you talked about SEO fraud malware. So there's actually malware now that's promoting scam websites, which must, in a way, when you see stuff on the top page rankings of Google or something, it gives it a kind of a reliability rating with people that it just shouldn't have, doesn't it?
Yeah, that type of malware, that was the most interesting for me as well, because for the backdoors and info stealers, that's the categories that we know and we usually see in different kinds and variations. But this type of malware, the black hat SEO, that was really interesting in a way that it tries to distort reality, right? So it wants to change those SERP pages, so the page ranking results for, it doesn't even have to be just scam website, it can be other types of websites. So this can be offered as a service. And it's very interesting because these techniques, they have been here for a long time, these black hat SEO techniques, which the shady marketers have been using if they wanted to artificially boost their SEO. So they would use that on their websites. But we didn't see many cases where some third-party compromised websites were used for this. So they're being misused by these attackers, and well, they can infect several of these servers and then create something similar to click farms or clickjacking if you have the parallel to another technique where it's not the SEO, which is boosted by the clicks. So this is a very interesting technique, and it should be boring for the AI server administrators, even though it's not their data which are being stolen, but again, they're being misused in this crimeware scheme, which I think is very shady, and we should definitely be on the lookout for this type of malware as well.
Yes, so interesting. We have got a question come in and we haven't got much time left, so I'm just going to quickly go to the question. This is from Eric. Have you observed many malicious IIS modules using packers or cryptors, or are the samples you're identifying not packed or crypted at all?
That's a good question. So surprisingly, we didn't see that much resistance from these malware families. So of course, there were some which were using encryption or packers or some simple obfuscation methods, but nothing that would be extraordinary when compared to other malware. So I think one of the reasons why it's being this way is that there's not much attention being paid to this type of malware. So the attackers maybe think they don't need to protect from the researchers or from the AVs, but also the design of these modules makes it a bit harder to detect it by default. So maybe that's another reason why they didn't try that hard, but of course that can very well change in the future. So it's not something which we can count on that it will be this way for the long time.
Well, obviously now Susanna's on the case, they do need to start thinking about this stuff. So we're out of time, Susanna, but if you could leap into the Q&A Discord channel and see if there are, in fact, I think another question has just gone in for you. That would be brilliant. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I'll be on the Discord chat.
Great. Thank you. So remember, you can download the slides and papers for all the presentations just by clicking on the thumbnail for that presentation. So do feel free to do that. And of course, they will be on catch up for quite a while so that you can watch again if you missed the beginning of that one. A very, very quick Mugshon update. The bidding has started. It's started to get a little bit frantic. We have got bids from Veronica, from Selena, from King of Vague, from Aria, but at the moment in the lead is Magpie with a mighty $48. Well, we say mighty. We don't know what's going to come yet, but Magpie currently is in the lead with $48. Keep your eye on that if you want this very beautiful mug. Then head into the Mugshon Place Your Bids Discord channel and place your bids. Says it all in the name, really, doesn't it? Just to let you know, we will be closing the Mugshon at 1900 hours, so do get your bids in pretty quickly. Next up, we're going to hear about the trail of breadcrumbs following an attack on Iran's railway infrastructure that led to uncovering Indra, a politically motivated group of hackers targeting Iran's airways and the railways and the government network. So to tell us more, here's Checkpoint's Itay Cohen and Alexandra Goffman.
Hello everybody. Today we are going to talk about the cyber attacks against Iran from back in July, and show you how we uncovered the hackers behind it. So just before we start, let us give you a brief info about who we are. My name is Itay Cohen. I'm a senior security researcher at Checkpoint Research. I'm also a maintainer of the open source reverse engineering frameworks Ryzen and Cutter. With me today, my friend and colleague Alexandra Goffman. Alexandra is a malware analyst in Checkpoint's threat intelligence analysis team. Our story begins on a Friday, 9th of July. It seemed like a totally normal day. In Tehran and around the country of Iran, people went about their daily routines. People visited grocery stores and walked through parks. In train stations, commuters carried on their way to work. Others were headed off to a weekend away, like any other Friday. Then, all at once, it became clear that this was not just any other day. Screens displaying the train schedules started indicating delays and cancellations en masse. Behind the scenes, the system for tracking trains started to fall. Local news agencies called it, quote, unprecedented chaos. The entire railway system nationwide was shutting down. And then a message appeared on screens posted in stations across the country. Long delays due to cyber attacks. For more information, call 644-11. Now, this number apparently belongs to the office of the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And this was the first indication that some malicious group, presumably not the Ayatollah himself, hacked Iran's railway system. The very next day, websites of Iran's Ministry of Roads and Urban Development went under another attack. Iranian social media spread the photos of a monitor of one of the hacked computers, where the attackers took responsibility for both attacks. Now, naturally, when we as malware researchers hear about an interesting attack, especially one like this that was against a public infrastructure, we immediately try to chase leads for samples or more information that will help us analyze the attack. At first, we could not find anything. There were no samples shared on Twitter or any other forum, at least nothing we could find. And then, the team behind the Iranian antivirus Padvish showed a report that shed some light on what went on in the attack. Padvish, so it seems, had access to the malware files used in the attack, probably as part of an incident response investigation or something like this. The information that was shared in the report was new, and we could learn several things about the attacks just by reading it. For example, we learned that the final payload was a wiper, and maybe most important, Padvish was kind enough to provide us with file names and several text snippets from the files, and we, of course, accepted this gift. With Padvish report as our starting point, we searched for files with similar names and functionality. The search led us to dozens of files, all uploaded from the same two sources located in Iran. And even though we were not able to find all the mentioned artifacts, we recovered most of the execution flow as described in the report. The execution begins with a scheduled task that is pushed from the domain controller to the machines in the network. The task is executing a batch script named setup.bat from a network share. This script first checks if the hostname of the machine is one of the names it had in a hard-coded exclusion list. If so, it stopped the execution and would not infect the machine. The excluded machines are named PIS-UP, PIS-DB, PIS-MOB, and WCS proxy. The PIS in the hostname stands for Passenger Information System, which is a system usually responsible for updating the platform boards with actual data. So, what we can see here is that the attackers made sure that their message to the Iranian public will be displayed properly. It then proceeds to download an archive file from a network share, and if you will pay attention to the path, you will see that it refers to a network location named railways.ir. So it is another indication that the attacker had some prior knowledge of the environment, and this, if you will ask me, is quite interesting. Setup.bat extracts the file it just downloaded and executes script named update.bat. This script is responsible for extracting a set of archive files with the password hackmall. Then it executes another set of batch files one by one. The first of them is cache.bat. Now, cache.bat is an interesting script. It first disconnects the machine from its networks using a PowerShell command that disables the network adapters. But then it checks if Kaspersky antivirus is installed on the machine, and if not, it adds all the files and folders related to the attack to the Windows Defender exclusion list and proceeds with the execution. The next script is to be executed is bcd.bat. bcd.bat is responsible to harm the boot process by trying to override the boot file with new content. Then it deletes the different boot identifiers using bcdedit, which is a tool built in Windows. And this script, bcd.bat, then removes the security system and application event logs from the machine. And finally, the msrun.bat script is responsible for unleashing the wiper. It creates a scheduled task to execute the wiper only once at 11:55 p.m. The main payload of the attack is an executable named msup.exe, and its purpose is to take the victim machine out of service by locking it and wiping its contents. Internally, the wiper is called Meteor. Meteor will not function unless it is provided a path to an encrypted configuration file. When decrypted, the configuration file we collected looks like this, and it contains values that will be used by the wiper to operate correctly. The names of the configuration fields are self-explanatory, and you can see things like paths to wipe, log file path, etc. Now, in fact, Meteor supports more than 20 configuration fields, but it only uses 10 of them. This might suggest that it was not created specifically for this attack. And of course, the usage of configuration file allows the attackers some degree of flexibility during the execution of the payload. And it gives them the ability to tailor the attack to specific victims and systems. When executed correctly with the configuration and all that, it begins by writing Meteor is started to an encrypted log file. This was the hint that the internal name of the malware is Meteor. And now, in general, the malware is full of debug logs, and it made our lives much easier as reverse engineers. In terms of functionality, Meteor is pretty standard wiper. It removes the machine from the Active Directory domain, corrupts the configuration, changes the password of local user, and logs them off the computer. And when all this is done, it begins to wipe the system, but not before it changes both the desktop wallpaper and the lock screen images to this image. The text on this beautiful piece of art is saying in Persian, "Long delays due to cyber attacks. For more information, 64411." And if this looks familiar, you're absolutely right. It is the exact same message that was displayed on platform boards. Now, the question raises, how do we know that the files we analyzed are similar to these discussed by Padfish? And how can we know that they were the ones that were used in the attack against Iran? So, let's summarize what we have so far. First, the flow of the attack is almost identical to the one described by Padfish. The files are similar in their structure, they have the same names, and they have the same functionality. Second, the configurations we and Padfish found are almost identical. They show the same file names, same encryption key, and in general, the values are the same. There is a slight difference though in the paths to wipe field, and this can tell us that the attackers deployed different versions of the configuration on different machines or networks. Some of the files we have found contain artifacts that tie them to the attack against Iran railways. One of them is the image that the attackers used when replacing the victim's wallpaper image. As we mentioned before, the text that is showed is identical to the text the attackers displayed on the train stations. And finally, we analyzed certain names and other artifacts from Iran railways' internal networks, including computer names and Active Directory object names. In this example from one of the scripts, you can see that the attacker specifically referred to a network shard named railways.ir. All these together indicate that the files we analyzed are indeed the files that were described by Padfish, and that they were used in the attacks against Iran. Equipped with the information gathered so far, we went for the next stage, which is to hunt and find more samples. And we found files that were uploaded to VirusTotal by 3 different submitters located in Syria. The files seem to belong to 3 separated incidents and were uploaded to VirusTotal more than a year before the recent attacks in Iran. And in these files we found 2 earlier versions of Meteor, named Comet and Stardust. Similar to Meteor, they also contain multiple debug strings, and this is where we found the internal names of these variants. Comet is the older one of the 2 variants, and it compiled back in September 2019. The execution flow of Stardust is somewhat similar to what we saw in Meteor. Again, an execution flow that is based on scripts and archive files that eventually deploy the wiper. Now, while the attack against Iran used batch scripts, here we see that the attackers decided to use VBS scripts. And while the idea behind the script is similar to what we saw in Iran, there are some differences. Just for example, the VBS scripts report to a command and control server about every step they complete. This is not something we saw in Meteor. Okay, so now that we have 3 different variants of the wiper, and it makes sense because we saw that Meteor used only a few of the configuration fields that it supports. We can now take these variants and put them side by side for comparison and see their evolution starting from Comet to Meteor. Comet is the earliest variant we have, and it might as well be the first to be created. These are some of the functionalities that Comet has and the others do not. So, for example, unlike Stardust and Meteor, it does reference and makes use of all the strings and features inside it. The other variants contain the artifacts, but the code itself did not utilize them. Comet is the only variant that has a kill switch. The wiper will only work if it will receive a valid response from a server specified in its configuration. The next variant, Stardust, does not introduce too many changes to Comet. Both variants use a public software named LockMyPC that, well, locks the machine, but Stardust used it with a random lock password, while Comet used the password outcoded in its configuration. Stardust is also the only variant that uses the feature of sending the encrypted log file to the attacker's server. The last variant is Meteor, and it is the most fine-tuned variant out of the three. The attackers did their homework and dropped useless functionalities while introducing new ones. For example, they replacing the boot INI file in this variant. That said, the binary itself still contains leftover artifacts from previous generations, even though these functionalities were dropped completely. And now, Sasha will talk about how all these technical details allowed us to find the underlying actor behind the attacks.
Thanks, Itai. So, inspecting different artifacts related to the Stardust and its infection chain pointed us to the targeted companies, Katerji Group and Arfada Petroleum. First, these names were listed under the paths to wipe field in the configurations. We've also seen this name in the VBS files, those from this long infection chain that Itai described before. Also, we had the background image that Stardust set up on the victims' machines. This image actually starts with actor's self-introduction. I am Indra. Indra, Hindu god, god of the war, king of heaven, king of the gods, wielding thunderbolts, destroyer of evil. So, yes, that's the name. The actor chose to set as background on the victims' machines the image of the great Hindu god in the middle of burning wreckage. Then they accused Katerji Group of, quote, support terrorists and trading souls. Of course, for such a big name, we expected the actor to be very ambitious. We used Google to look for the information that might indicate that the attack actually happened against this company. Surprisingly, the search term Katerji Indra worked, and the very first result led us to the threatened Twitter account of someone who calls themselves Indra, stating the following: "We, Indra, god of war, have hacked the Katerji Group's Arfada Petroleum Company's systems and computers." And of course, scrolling over the Twitter account revealed us much more information. It had tweets about the company they hacked, then some leaked documents, then another company hack with more documents, obviously, and all these in between the retweets of political news and videos and politically motivated messages, caricatures, extremely professional self-made collages, and also links to their groups or channels in other social platforms. Let me summarize for you everything that we found in Indra's account. The official motivation of the group appears in the description of each of the social network profile. Quote, aiming to bring a stop to the horrors of Quds Force and its mergers proxies in the region. Unquote. They claim to be very focused on getting information and attacking different companies who allegedly cooperate with the Iranian regime, especially with Quds Force and the Hezbollah. Their posts mostly talk about opposing terror or often leaked documents from the various different companies that fell victims to the group's attacks. The actor uses 3 languages. They have pretty decent English, both in the social networks and in their tools. As I mentioned, the wiper has debug log. That's a lot of text in English, and it's pretty fine. They also use Arabic, and it's the tricky one. On wallpapers dropped at victims' machines, the level of Arabic is basically Google Translate. Although in the social media, the level of Arabic is the decent one. And they also use Persian, what we've seen from the attacks in Iran. As I mentioned before, in some of the posts or tweets, Indra took responsibility for different attacks. The first tweet, which reported the attack, was published in September 2019. Indra reported that they attacked and demolished the network of Alpha-Delex, the Syrian-based money transfer and exchange company which allegedly cooperated with terrorism and Quds Force. This is also the episode that we have some technical information about it. This was the attack where the first version of the Viper Comet was used. The next attack Indra described in the social networks was carried against Shamwings Airlines, a Syrian-based private airline company. This info is solely based on Indra's social networks, and we don't have any technical details of this attack. Syrian trading company Katerji Group and its subsidiary Arfada Petroleum were targeted in April and February 2020. They were accused in Indra's Twitter of having business with Quds forces and support of Hezbollah terrorists. Both Arfada and Katerji are under US and European sanctions. And we also know that these are the attacks where Stardust was used. In November 2020, Indra threatens to attack the Syrian Banias oil refinery, although it's not clear whether that threat was carried out or not. It's important to mention that around this time, November 2020, all of Indra's accounts went silent. No more posts, no more tweets. And we weren't able to find evidence of any additional operations until the latest one in Iran. The tweets, despite their grand rhetorics, received little attention. No likes, no retweets. Apparently, Indra wasn't even able to hire a social media intern. However, further search for Indra in local cyber communities revealed that the actor is not as undisclosed as we could conclude from the social networks. After further attacks in 2020, Iranian cyber news agency wrote the publication Hacktivist Attack on Companies Related to Iran, briefly describing the group, its latest three attacks, and the possible attribution to hacktivists. This series of attacks on Syrian companies bears multiple similarities to the campaigns against Iranian networks. These similarities are in the tools, in the TTPs, and the highly targeted nature of the attacks, and all of them make us believe that Indra is also responsible for the recent attacks in Iran. These attacks are all directed against Iranian-related targets. Indra's tweets and posts make it clear that they are targeting entities that they believe have ties with Iran. The multi-layered execution flow in all of the attacks we analyzed, including the recent ones in Iran, uses script files and archive files as their mean of delivery. The scripts themselves, although they are different types, had almost the same functionality. The Viper is the final payload deployed on all the computers of the victims in all of these attacks. Meteor, Stardust, and Comet are different versions of the same payload, and there is no doubt in that. And we do not have an indication that this tool was ever used by any other threat actor. The execution flow in all of the cases relies on the previous axis and recon info about the targeted network. The actor behind the attacks we analyzed did not try to keep their attack a secret. They shared messages and displayed pictures announcing the attack. In the attacks against the Iranian targets, these messages were displayed not only on the affected computers, but also on the platform boards. So, the similarities are pretty clear, but there is some important difference. Unlike the previous operations, Indra did not publicly take responsibility for the attacks in Iran. This might be explained by the seriousness of these attacks as well as their impact. The Syrian attacks were carried against private companies, but the attacks in Iran were targeting official Iranian entities. That's much more serious. Moreover, the attacks in Syria received little, if any, media attention, and the attacks against the Iranian government were covered extensively all over the world in all the news and reportedly caused the Iranians some amount of grief. This might be an explanation, or not. Itai is going to discuss it with you in a second.
Thank you, Sasha. Okay, so we talked about the attacks in Iran and how we found Indra and connected them to several attacks against companies in Syria. And most likely, we all asked ourselves a similar question. Who is behind Indra? Are they really a group of activists as they claim to be? Or maybe behind Indra stands a government who either fund or operate the attacks? Well, they indeed may be a group of activists who oppose the Iranian regime, as several sources in Iran mentioned. And if it is the case, it wouldn't be the first time that we see something like this in Iran. Take, for example, the hacker group called Tapandagan, who attacked 2 airports in Iran in 2018. They displayed protest messages on arrival and departure monitors and prevented the recovery for at least few hours. After the attacks on the airports, Iran claimed that the hackers were identified and arrested. But just a few months later, the Iran broadcasting computer system and the email of the Iranian consular in Berlin were hacked by the same group. Or take, for example, the recent attacks against the Evin prison by a group that calls itself Adalat Ali. The attack made the headlines due to horrible footage from the security cameras in the prison that was released by the attackers to the media. Again, we have a group sabotaging the system of important infrastructure, display protest messages on screens, and leak information, similar to the things we saw done by Indra and Tapandagan. More than that, some reports even connected Adalat Ali to Tapandagan. So, we have quote-unquote hacktivist attacks before and after the attacks conducted by Indra. But who said that these groups are indeed hacktivists and not nation-sponsored? They might as well be. And this is not unlikely. You see, we saw several attacks in recent years in which countries disguised themselves as group of activists. We saw it with North Korea, we saw it with Guccifer 2 in Russia, and we saw it just recently in Belarus. So, who is behind Indra? The answer is that we don't know. We don't know who is behind Indra. We simply don't have enough information. All we know is that this group portrays itself as a group that opposes the Iranian regimes and aims to, quote, bring stop to the horrors of Quds forces and its murderous proxies. Now, if so, we will be absolutely right to ask ourselves, why would a group that claims themselves to be hacktivists refrain from taking responsibility for such a stunt like attacking government networks in Iran? Isn't the whole idea of hacktivism is to deliver a clear message and then take the credit for it? That's a good question, and maybe the answer to this is that they are not activists after all. But if it is a nation-state sponsored actor, couldn't they at least put more efforts in the social media? Most of their tweets didn't even get a single like. And what about their tools? You see, the English in the debug log were quite decent for a group of activists. But on the other hand, isn't it a little bit Eurocentric and US-centric to assume that people from the Middle East would have a broken English? Well, in fact, we can continue and play this ping-pong game forever. And the bottom line is that we really don't have enough information to clearly determine who's behind Indra. All we can do is stay skeptical and keep asking these very, very important questions. Thank you. If you have more questions, you can reach out to us on Twitter, or for more information, call us at 64411. Thank you.
Another great presentation, and incidentally some great graphics as well. Really enjoyed those slides, which is not a thing I find myself saying very often for a presentation, but they were absolutely fantastic. I am absolutely delighted that Itai and Alexandra are joining us live in the VB 2021 studio. Thank you very much for joining us, and welcome to the studio. How are you both?
We are great. Thank you for having us.
Excellent. We haven't got much time, so I'm going to pitch straight in with the questions because I want to ask you quite a few questions, if I may. Firstly, it seems as though there's been an increase in politically driven attacks, either by hacktivists or by countries that portray themselves as hacktivists. Very recently, have you noticed an increase in this? Or what do you think the trend is in that case? Maybe Alexandra, if you'd like to answer that one.
Yeah, we think there is some kind of trend here because it's pretty clear that these attacks, whether done by hacktivists or by other countries, they are actually effective in delivering the message and causing the desired impact, whether the impact is aiming for something psychological or some kind of actual damage.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and some of that was psychological damage. I loved the way you started off, Itai, with just quite an emotional response to people's normal day just turning out to be far from normal. So thank you very much for that sort of portrayal of how you saw it happening or how you felt it was happening. I wanted to ask you a question as well, Itai. You mentioned that in the Iranian attacks, the attackers had prior knowledge of the Iranian environments. But how long do you think that took to gather, and how did they even get all the information they needed to do that?
That's a great question. Well, based on statements by Iranian officials, the attackers had access to the networks at least 1 month prior to deployment of the Viper. And probably at this time, they gathered the information they needed. They learned about the system, about the internal structure of the domain, and then they used this knowledge to deploy the attack, and it was successful as we saw.
Yeah, 1 month doesn't seem long, but long enough, apparently. Yeah. Alexandra, coming back to you, when you were just like Googling Indra and seeing what you could find, and there was all this stuff on Twitter, taking responsibility, saying what they'd done, be very proud of their actions, that seemed like an easy win, if you like, but it doesn't tell you that much. And then there's other parts of the process where you have to go back and you have to find them and stuff. So I was interested to know, for you, when you're doing this process of tracking back and tracking people down, if you like, what are the best bits and what are the most painful, slow parts of this process for you?
Yeah, I think all this process of research, it's really amazing because it like takes you from bottom to top and back. And I think in the cases of the puzzles like that, when you have a lot of different pieces, one critical piece, and then everything just falls into places. This for us in this research, for example, it was the place when we found the word Indra. And at this point, just suddenly all these pieces that didn't make any sense started to fall in place. That was the peak of this research, I think.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. It was a really interesting presentation. It was a really interesting story as well. So thank you for sharing that with us. And thank you for being on VB 2021.
Thank you for having us.
And now we have a scheduled break. And I warn you, we are going to close the Mugshan at the end of this break. So any bids you have, get them in before 1900 UTC if you want this little beauty to call your own. Let's just check on how the bidding's going, because it has been changing a lot. We had Magpie come in at $77. Then we had Vero Valoros in at $83. Liam is asking if there's some goodies and biscuits and stuff being thrown in this year. Not this year, I don't think, Liam. Just bid anyway. And he's come in with $99. We're up to $100, $103, $109, $111. It is moving very swiftly. So if you want this beautiful mug, get in the Discord bidding channel and bid for it now. I'll just better start cleaning it off, hadn't I really? Before, I'll give it a good wash, I promise, before the winner gets it. Right. If you have some time to spend during this break, don't forget to check out the Threat Intelligence Practitioners Summit. And if you haven't already taken a look around the partner booths, do so now. They are over there and everybody is waiting for your visit. There's also the CTA active on Discord in the channel Booth Cyber Threat Alliance as well. Anyone who's missed out on bits of the conference so far, you can get it on the catch-up, which is choose day 1, or tomorrow you'll be able to choose day 2 catch-up as well. And remember, there is the course that you could do as well, the workshop you can do. Head over to workshops over there in the menu as well. That is all for now, folks, because I'm going to leave you to get bidding and going and seeing partners and doing all the things you haven't yet done at this conference. I will see you back here for our next presentation, and we'll announce the closing of the Mugshan.
Don't worry about cyber attacks on Microsoft 365 anymore. Hornet Security's free threat monitor scans your users' Microsoft 365 inboxes for any kind of email threats, like phishing, ransomware, or business email compromise. Threat Monitor has a user-friendly and easy onboarding process. All you need to do is register with your Microsoft admin credentials and get connected. Done. Start monitoring your Microsoft 365 for free now.
Well, 1900 UTC has been and gone, and we have closed the frantic bidding on the Mugshan. We have a winner who will be receiving this delightful piece of ceramic ware once it's been thoroughly cleaned, and I will announce that at the end of the conference. But for now, let's switch our minds to NFT artists, something I have to admit I didn't know about until I saw this presentation on it, Googled it, had a look, looked at the presentation. Fascinating stuff. So in 2021 alone, the NFT art market grew more than 800% from $52 million US at the beginning of the year to $490 million US by the end of April. And then later on this year, a single piece of NFT art fetched $69 million. Freelance digital artists from all around the world have adjusted their work to cater specifically for the NFT art collectors. But could the marketplace become a new venue for cryptocurrency attacks? With all this big money changing hands. So what is it that makes NFT artists a particularly attractive target for financially motivated attackers? And how are NFT compromises carried out exactly? In her presentation, Avril Rozvadovsky explores these questions and the social engineering schemes at play.
Good evening all, and welcome to my talk where we will be reviewing a recent wave of cyber attacks involving NFTs. This is the agenda we will be following. First, we're going to take a look at the context in which these attacks are happening. Then we're going to analyze the campaign itself based on the public reports that have been shared. We're going to take a look at the initial attack vectors used and the malware capabilities, and then looking forward, we will issue some general recommendations. So, in terms of situational awareness, I think it's quite interesting to reflect and to try to see these attacks from an attacker's perspective and point of view, and why they might pick some targets, some particular targets. In these campaigns that are pretty recent, in this one, they were targeting human resources personnel. They were sending fraudulent CVs to them, which to these employees, this is part of their usual workflow. They are used to interacting with and handling external files that they receive via email from potential or prospective candidates. So this wouldn't normally raise suspicion to them unless for the fact that the files that the attackers were sending in this case were ISO files. This campaign was attributed to TA505 in the end, but I thought that it was quite clever to target these victims in particular. And then a more recent campaign from this year, they were a series of attacks targeting security researchers, and these campaigns are pretty similar to the ones we will be analyzing because they take place also on Twitter. And in this case, the security researchers were basically contacted by supposedly other security researchers, but in truth these were fake profiles that they wanted to lure them into accepting to research a vulnerability together. And in the end, the files that they sent to them, to the security researchers, feature exploit code, but also had malicious DLL and custom malware, so that the security researchers, if they interacted with these files outside of a safe environment, they would be infected. And actually, they were infected. Some infections were recorded. And so it's also a peculiar target because there is a sense in the cybersecurity community of sharing, of a tight-knit sort of, again, a community. And so perhaps these people wouldn't expect, although they are security researchers, they wouldn't see something amiss in being contacted by other security researchers that wants to jointly analyze or research some new or novel vulnerability together. So NFTs are a bit of a buzzword these days, but in truth we see with this news that a lot of celebrities and figures are more and more, in this case they want to collaborate to create collectibles, and I think that this is an indicator of the NFT market wanted to veer into a more of a marketplace of mainstream venue, and it's attempting to do that and succeeding if we take a look at the numbers and how widespread it's becoming, particularly in the latest months. We see that they have experienced an increase in both the sales volume in terms of the amount traded and also in the volume of transactions and of sales. This data is taken from Non-Fungible, which tracks the NFT marketplaces on the Ethereum blockchain. There are others, but the majority of them are here. So this may not hint at a sustained growth, but from an attacker's perspective, which they are in this case largely opportunistic, as long as nowadays it's being profitable, it will be alluring to them. Here I issue a bit of a word of warning that we are going to review key concepts. To the left we have a Russian doll, and to the right I wanted to allude to the phrase "it's turtles all the way down," because there are a lot of underlying concepts and adjacent concepts, or technologies rather, to NFTs, and this would take a lot of time to explain, and they are beyond the scope of this presentation, but they do exist. We will just keep it simple. NFTs are non-fungible tokens. We say they are unique, they are indivisible, and they are certificate of ownership for virtual or physical assets. We say that to be created, they are minted. This is the process. And we say, as I was mentioning before, the majority of NFTs are on the Ethereum blockchain. There are others, as long as they develop a standard to support them, there can exist others, and they are mentioned in the presentation. NFT marketplaces are simply the place where NFTs are traded and also displayed, stored, and in some cases even created, depending on if we're talking about primary sales between the creator and the collectors or secondary sales between collectors. Here some are mentioned. And then we have crypto wallets, MetaMask. This is the one that concerns the attacks that we will be reviewing. It's available as a browser extension, also as an application, and it uses a 12-word seed phrase that they recently, in May, renamed the secret recovery phase to emphasize on the fact that it shouldn't be freely disclosed, because they noted that a lot of their user base were partly confused and divulged this seed phrase more or less freely when asked, and this was a security compromise, and it shouldn't be like that, so they decided to at least rename it. Well, these are some events that I found peculiar. Back in March, an exploit engineer tried and actually minted a zero-day exploit, and OpenSea intervened very quickly in less than a day and took it down. But the fact remains that this sparked a conversation and a debate on social media on whether 0 days should be able to be minted and traded, and whether or not they are a form of art. This sounds quite absurd, but it did happen. Then we have the nifty gateway compromises that are pretty similar to the ones we will be reviewing, but here the compromises also reached the credit cards that were linked to the accounts, and so the attackers use these credit cards to buy more NFTs and the drop that are the newest NFTs and spend a lot of money. Nifty Gateway released a statement saying that the platform wasn't itself compromised, but that the victims didn't have the two-factor authentication enabled. And now the campaigns that we will be analyzing. The Red Line campaign. Who was involved? Well, we say that there were social media botnets used to reach out specifically to NFT artists, and that these attackers impersonated either interested individuals employees from small companies that had some commission projects, or by pretending to be executives from legitimate software companies such as Mashix and Skylum. What was compromised? Well, there were reports of losses in cryptocurrency, both Ethereum and AXS, which is the Axie Infinity. That is a blockchain-based game, actually. And, of course, NFTs. They were lost either through being resold, transferred to attacker-controlled wallets, or locked inside the compromised accounts. This means that the victims had no Ethereum left to pay for gas fees, so even if they wanted to transfer these NFTs back to other crypto wallets or of theirs, they weren't able to, and if they funded their wallet, the attackers would take and steal this money before they could finish the transaction and get these NFTs back to other wallets. The compromises took place mainly through Twitter. They involve MetaMask accounts, as I mentioned. Well, how this was achieved, we will be seeing many screenshots, but there were phishing messages in English, specifically targeting NFT theme accounts and social media. And the victims received links to legitimate file hosting services such as Google Drive, Dropbox, and malicious attack control websites in a sort of a strategic web compromise or waterhole attack. And these web pages were mirroring the legitimate ones. And in some cases, they also asked for an email, and they would send the files of the malicious link there. And what files? Well, screensaver files that perhaps the artist, it is in some way tangentially related to art, they may think, but they aren't image files, they are executables. And the truth is that they were delivered compressed and password protected, and also with a large portion of junk data. This was to complicate not only analysis but to evade detection. And in this, for example, they couldn't be uploaded to VirusTotal, also because of the large file size. Because of this junk data, they often feature misleading icons, for example, a PDF or a Word icon, and the file was actually an executable, and an altered creation date. And we say that once run, as per the reports, the host's computer became infected with the Red Line infostealer. They were short-lived infections because they lasted only minutes. They harvested the credentials of interest, they exfiltrated them, and they didn't persist on the system. They didn't establish any sort of persistence. Well, and now we are going to analyze the attack vectors. These attacks began in June, as we were saying. The social engineering took two main phishing approaches. In one case, the attackers contacted the artist, saying they wanted to commission, to work, to collaborate on a project. Here we see some screenshots. The accounts were usually very new. newly created, but there were others like this one from 2010 that dated back a lot of years, more than a decade by now. The messages, like we were saying, included links to file hosting services, and they say that they would pay the victim some amount for this work. In this case, they don't mention Ethereum. We will see in the next slide they do mention a payment in Ethereum. And in here they use a different Twitter account for extortion. They provide a wallet address to pay, to make this payment that they do demand. In this case, yes, it's Ethereum. And if we take a look at this wallet address, we can see a pattern of incoming transactions and outgoing transactions to Binance. This wallet was used as a bit of an intermediate wallet, and the earliest transaction tracked dated back to early June, as we were saying, that this campaign is assessed to have begun. A series of attacks were via email. We say that the victims received an invitation to participate in this paper collective project. They had to view these collaboration terms. Again, we can see that they provide a password and they say that this is only for Windows because Redline works only on Windows. And Mintable here says that they also were aware of these kinds of attacks on their platform. Other social media in which these messages were tracked and publicly denounced by the victims was Instagram and Discord. Again, we can see the malicious links and the rightful owner, perhaps of the account, as what they say here. They saw that their account was being used to spread these bug messages, and probably they suffered a prior infection and they became part of the machine, became part of a botnet, and so as we are saying, spread these phishing messages. They say that the profiles were nearly identical. Here we see newly created accounts, that they had numbers on their usernames, and that the messages are similar. They mentioned being always either from Korea, from China. And in these cases, they ask what does the victim is willing to work for, or what amount do they expect to be paid. And we can see also here this file that they're sending with the file name altered and with the .mp4, but it's actually a script saver file. And another type of phishing that was observed was that the attacker was inviting the NFT artist to participate in a beta test of latest or to be release of established and well-known art software. In this case, the reports all pointed to this account. It was heavily reported, the Sean Billmate account. We see that it was created quite some time ago, and that he included the link to a malicious website. This was web spoofing. It was a malicious landing page that this link led to, and this landing page was basically a copycat website. But Luminar A software is a legitimate software and a company, just not this one that you're seeing there. And we say that the payment offer was 1 Ethereum, that the victim themselves are saying that they perceive it to be a high amount, others offer more. This is the website comparison. It's to note the tagline mentions that in the copycat website, this application is only for Windows. Again, the legitimate one is a cross-platform application and can work on other operating systems. But it's nearly identical. It was practically mirrored. And in another type of attacks, in another type of messages that we're sending, they were impersonating Magic Music software, which is legitimate. In this case, There is no landing page, they just add a link to an official YouTube channel, but this one is run by the legitimate company. They wanted to probably have the victim gain trust and see this official YouTube channel, but it wasn't run by them. And the malware and the link that they include is hosted on GitHub and is an executable containing to a RAR file. This is the redline malware, how the command and control panel looks to the attacker. It was first reported and discovered by Proofpoint and released to the public in March 2020. And we say that this is how the panel looks like and how they could manage logs. It's a simple interface. And some key findings. Redline was advertised on Russian forums. It's an info stealer written in C# and mainly steals this type of data, including cryptocurrency wallets. It offers broad browser support and it can collect crypto wallet information, including the more typical wallet.dat files. It searches and scans the system for all these extensions you can see to the right that are services and crypto wallet services, and they are vulnerable to this info stealer. These are some IOCs I collected from the public reports. Now, looking forward, we say that this year, there were reports. This one was regarding the CryptoCore campaign that was attributed to Lazarus. The campaigns actually dated a few years back, and they were compromises to cryptocurrency exchanges. Then, more recently in September, again, the Lazarus group was observed in a series of compromises involving the e-commerces that accepted cryptocurrency as a payment. So they were performing some web scheming attacks with JavaScript sniffers. So we see that Lazarus group at least has an interest or marked interest and recently in cryptocurrency and financially motivated attacks, and also another interesting report about a series of attacks involving an advanced fee fraud where the victims received credentials to log into a cryptocurrency exchange platform that looked legitimate, that had bitcoins, that it said that your account had bitcoins, and if the victim wanted to withdraw this amount that was tempting, they were asked to pay first for a fee. And this was the scam because, of course, once they paid, they wouldn't be able also to withdraw the funds, and that was the compromise. And tales of warning, I said. I call this is a very known compromise that affected the Poly network, and at first it appeared to be or to gear up to be one of the biggest compromises involving cryptocurrency, but in less than a day after it was publicly reported by Poly network on Twitter and on their social media platforms, the attacker began to return the funds, began returning the funds, and they had stolen, and nearly all of it was returned. So this instance of attack was sort of shrouded in mystery because it wasn't as successful as it first appeared, and it may have something to do with Poly network publishing the addresses that they were expecting the attackers to return the money to and the cryptocurrency to, and they also made public call-outs to to other platforms to block certain or to blacklist certain addresses, certain wallet addresses related to the attackers, which was quite an unusual move and criticized by some because it goes against everything that decentralized finance is supposed to be. So, what are the key takeaways? Well, NFT marketplaces have few barriers of entries and don't require a prior knowledge for the users that are interested in it. In dealing with cryptocurrencies, they can learn as they go. The platforms are very intuitive, so anyone can participate. But regarding NFT artists, they are, I feel, and given all that I've analyzed and researched, they have a bit of a dependency with social media and especially Twitter, because it's where they can promote themselves, and the NFT marketplaces even recommend them to build an audience in this social media and gain traction so that they can boost their sales. And so they are pretty dependent on that. They are exposed in that sense. They work on many freelance digital commissions that they negotiate entirely online, because it may be from people that live across the world, that they don't have even similar time zones. So this is second nature to them, and they have a community-driven mindset, because the NFT market continues to be pretty niche. So they may not outright distrust somebody that contacts them with this proposal, and they may see it instead as an opportunity because of all these factors. So they are more prone, like I say here, to be attacked or to be a perfect target for these attacks. And the NFT markets, as I was saying, continue to experience a growth, and they experience a spike. And as of 2021, and even if this isn't a sustained growth for the attackers, right now they are it's an alluring market. So we say that the conclusion is that NFT artists and collectors also are potentially highly profitable victims to financially largely opportunistic attackers. Some of the best practices include having an up-to-date Windows operating system, antivirus software, a user account control set to highest setting, that you can view the files in extension so that you aren't confused by the file name, and that you shouldn't trust files from unknown sources, and if something appears too good to be true, it probably is. A more specific set of recommendations to use a hardware crypto wallet. Even MetaMask themselves recommend this. If you have a growing amount of crypto, they recommend switching to a hardware wallet because they are deemed to be more secure. Also to store your seed phrase offline, for example, written down on a paper, so that if your machine or your devices are compromised, these credentials can't be accessed and thus exfiltrated, and to have a multi-factor authentication enabled whenever it is available, and even if it isn't required, if it is optional, you should enable it. So this marks the end of my talk. Thank you for your time, and now I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
A brilliant and quite an eye-opening presentation from Abril there, and I'm so pleased that she's able to join us in our studio. Welcome to VB2021, Abril. How are you today?
Hello, and thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for making the time to answer our questions. I am keeping my eye on the Discord Q&A channel, so I will jump into that if I see any questions arrive. But firstly, you said that victims reported losses in cryptocurrency. And I'm not going to ask you to name any particular loss, but in total, how much losses are we talking about over what period of time, would you say? Are we talking about millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions?
In terms of the particular compromises, it varied. It's a very interesting question because, in some sense, these were particularly sort of spray and pray attacks to some victims. As I've explained in the presentation, these messages were more standard and they weren't as customized. So in those cases, perhaps the compromises weren't worth that much dollars, but in other compromises that were more targeted, as the ones we've seen with the watering hole attacks, those the amounts compromised range from $50,000 to more, perhaps over $100,000. So in the particular compromises, it could amount to that money in dollars, in US dollars, yes.
Wow. You talked about personalised and non-personalised attacks there. One of the things that really struck me about your presentation was the personal nature of the approach to the artist. So they were saying things like, I support NFT artists, I love your work, I want to get some of our stuff, I love your style, I want some of our stuff done in your style. And it's really all targeted to get that artist excited about working on a project and kind of take their mind off anything else that might be going on around this offer, which is intensely personal, isn't it? How much research do you think the attackers do on a particular artist before approaching them?
All right, yes. In the case of the watering hole attacks that I was talking, that they impersonated other legitimate companies, the attackers that were behind those compromises, they the messages, the phishing messages that they sent out, they had some very personalized and customized characteristics because they mentioned the styles that the artists were using, and they maybe cited or they mentioned some of their previous works, and that they wanted to maybe discuss the possibility of conducting a project with them. And as you say, they wanted to establish a bit of a bond and a confidence and that could be established, so that when they were sending them this software that they were going to use and to beta test in some sense to conduct their work also, they could be compromised and they wouldn't suspect outright of what was happening. They thought it was another commission or another opportunity like the ones they had previously, yes.
And something to get really excited about as well, which is just absolutely awful for an artist to get excited about the work and then find out not only is there no work, but it's just an attack. One of
especially because the prospect. Sorry to interrupt. The prospect of the payment was good, and some of the artists that I cited there, that they tweeted their experience, they grew suspicious because the pay was too good, but others carried on, and as you say, they got excited and then had their crypto wallets wiped out. Yes.
I guess it's back to that old phrase, isn't it? If it looks too good to be true, then it probably is. True. Yeah. One last question, because we do need to wrap up in a minute. But as I said, this is an area I really didn't know anything about until your presentation. So this has completely opened my eyes to a whole new sphere. The NFT marketplace is reasonably new, very fast growing, very exciting, and broadening its horizons. So that's very exciting to be part of that kind of industry for all those artists. But do you think the viability of that marketplace could be entirely put at risk if these attacks continue and in fact even become more widespread?
That's an interesting consideration. Yes, perhaps as you say, as it is still evolving, it's too early to tell. But if this is a trend that continues and the market also continues to grow, as per some of the latest measurements, it's reached 10 billion in size in terms of dollars. And this is including also other blockchains besides of Ethereum, but it will be a more attractive venue to conduct attacks. And although these are very opportunistic attacks at the moment, we need to keep tracking them and keep an eye on them, because it can develop into something bigger, and this could eventually compromise the viability. Yes.
Yeah,
I do think so.
It was good to see people in the community communicating with each other actually and alerting each other to attacks, because the more sharing that goes on, as you well know, the more everyone becomes aware and the less successful those attacks are going to be. Avril, I have lots more questions I would like to ask you, but we are out of time. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio, and thank you for being at VB 2021.
Of course, thank you for having me, and I will be in Discord answering any lingering questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. So, on to our next presentation. Now, in our next presentation, Offensive Security's Shaba Fitzel talks about migrating exploits using Apple's Endpoint Security, covering the Endpoint Security framework and how his own Shield app works behind the scenes.
Hello everyone, my name is Shaba Fitzel, and I will talk about mitigating exploits using Apple's Endpoint Security. A couple of words about myself. Right now, I'm working at Offensive Security, creating cybersecurity trainings, and I'm the author of the new macOS control bypasses training. I used to be a red and blue teamer in the past, and recently I started to focus on macOS security. I'm married, have 2 kids, and I love to spend my time in the mountains. So what I will talk about today is a quick overview of process injection attacks on macOS, why they are important. I will talk about symlink attacks, then the endpoint security framework, then how did I develop my Shield app, and then how does it work, and finally I will show a demo. So process injection, why is it important on macOS? Essentially, process injection is a big no on macOS compared to other platforms like Windows, where it's generally allowed between processes running on the same privilege level. And mostly it's because many of the access control on macOS is tied to process privileges, entitlements, such as keychain, TCC, but many others. So rather than the user having a privilege to do a certain task, most of the time it's tied to the process. So if we can inject code into a process, we can impersonate that process and basically gain more privileges. We can impersonate a CAX client to load a kernel extension, for example, or impersonate an XPC client to talk to privileged XPC services and potentially escalate our privileges. So what are the well-known methods? Probably the most well-known one is using the DYLD insert libraries environment variable, where we can specify a dylib and it will be injected into our application when we run it. Now, with the introduction of system integrity protection and so hardened runtime, this method doesn't work on applications compiled with hardened runtime or on platform binaries. We can still enable this through an entitlement, but if possible, please don't do that. The next method is dylib hijacking and proxying. This was discussed by Patrick Bardell back in 2015. Basically, the idea is that we plant a dylib in a path where the application looks for it, and it will be loaded, or we replace an existing one with our own, and in that case, we typically call it dylib proxying. Now, again, with system integrity protection or library validation, this will not work. We can still disable the protection with the COM Apple Security CS disable library validation entitlement, but please don't do that. Really, if this entitlement present, we can inject basically any code into any application. So this is a big no-no. Unfortunately, when we need to support third-party plugins or framework in our applications, then we don't have another option. So that's an issue. But if we can avoid it, we should. The third one is the task for PID access. Basically, if we get access to the process task port, we can do whatever we want with the application, inject code, read, write its memory, and so on. Essentially, when we debug an application, we are doing this. So we use task for PID. And this is why Xcode will add the COM Apple Security Get Task Allow entitlement to every debug build. So it can inject code into that. But SIP generically prevents this option. And luckily these days, notarization will check for this entitlement and it will prevent the distribution of application having such entitlement, which happened in the past. And the last one I would like to mention are the Electron application. They are really so much broken from process injection perspective, and it's because they don't really consider local attacks in their security model. So there are plenty of ways to inject code into an application using environment variables like Electron run as node, or enabling debug port with, for example, --inspect. And then we can just inject any JavaScript code. So it's not really an issue in those cases. And process injections lead to quite a few vulnerabilities. We can see that there are DCC bypasses, both in third-party and actually Apple products. And many times they lead to privilege escalation, especially with XPC services, because we can impersonate the XPC clients, talk to the privileged XPC service, and invoke potentially dangerous options. The next attacks are symlink attacks. The basic approach here is that we have a process running as root or with high privileges, and it's modifying files in a user controllable location. So the attack scenario is basically we place a symlink or hard link in that place, point it to another location where only root has access, and we hope for something. So in the base case, we have an arbitrary file overwrite, but many times we can turn it to a full local privilege escalation attack or vulnerability. And these are just a couple of vulnerabilities I found recently that were all possible to symbolic or hard link attacks. So before I talk about the endpoint security framework, I need to talk about the mandatory access control framework, which is the basis of the ES framework. So the MAC framework, it's originated in Trusted BSD. It's basically implemented in the kernel, and it provides or gives a framework to extend the kernel with various policy modules. The kernel will place hooks in various system calls or MAC traps, which call out to the MAC framework, and the MAC framework can distribute that call out to the various policy modules. These policy modules can make a decision if the action we want to perform, if it's allowed or not. And all of the modules can do that. And it's really powerful, especially because macOS has more than 200 hooks in the kernel, so it allows a very, very granular access control. Now, it was part of the kernel development kit till OS X 10.12, but it was never officially supported by Apple, so they actually removed this. We can still grab the MacH adder from the XNU sources and build our extension, but it's really not supported by Apple. But Apple itself uses this framework for their own security extensions, such as Sandbox, Endpoint Security, Quarantine, which is Gatekeeper, or Apple Mobile File Integrity. So let's see how a Mac policy hook looks like in the source code. So let's say we have a system call, in this case, snapshot mount, which is used to do mounting of snapshots. It will have a call out of Mac mount check snapshot mount, passing all the necessary arguments. This function will do a couple of checks, and it will call a Mac check function, which is a macro. And this Mac check macro will do the actual callouts to the installed policy modules. So what it will do, it will iterate through all of the policy modules, and if any of the modules implements the given hook we are looking for, it will make a callout, record the result, and return accordingly. Basically, it will collect all of the return values and select the most restrictive one. So time to talk about endpoint security. Just very briefly, high level. It was covered in very detail by Scott Knight's Objective by the Sea Talk and also in his blog post. So I will just cover it very, very briefly. On the base case, or at the very bottom of the layer, there is a kernel extension, and it is implementing hooks in the Mac framework, and before Big Sur, it also used the Kout framework. Then we have the lib endpoint security dilib, which is the C API interface for all the endpoint security clients. Then we have endpoint security D, which is a daemon which is responsible for loading system extension using launchd. sysxd is another daemon which is responsible for validating and staging the system extensions. Then we have the system extension framework, which sits in our user mode application, and we can use this framework to activate or deactivate our ES extensions. And finally, we have a command line tool called system extension CTL, which is basically a basic control for system extension daemon. So this is a screenshot from IDA Pro. As you can see, the endpoint security kernel extension implements around 60 hooks as of now in the kernel. So it allows a very, very granular control. And basically what it does on a high level, this is not 100% true, but this is how the result looks like. So what it does, it basically kind of maps the kernel mode Mac hooks into user mode. For example, the ESV node check chroot Mac hook is related to the ES event type notify chroot endpoint security event, which is happening in user mode, and so on. So basically what it does, it kind of extends the Mac framework into user mode, and it makes it really, really powerful, because we are getting the power of the Mac framework in user mode. And considering that the Mac framework was never officially supported by Apple for third parties. I think this is a big thing. So how did I use this framework for exploit protection? Before I talk about that, I need to talk about its development. So when we develop an endpoint security client, we have to have an entitlement, the COM Apple Developer Endpoint Security Client, which we only get on Apple's goodwill. So it's not available by default for every developer. We need to apply for it. And if Apple thinks that we can get it, then we will. Otherwise, we won't be able to use it. Now, unfortunately, it's a very painful process. Back in 2020 March, I requested the entitlement. In April, I got the developer version of the entitlement, which allowed me to test my application on my own Macs, so I could use my application without disabling system integrity protection. And then I started to send emails to Apple that, hey, I need the distribution version of this entitlement. But basically, they never replied. It felt that I'm sending emails into a black hole and no one reads my emails. And eventually, in this year, January, I got the entitlement. So it took about 10 months. It was a really frustrating and demotivating process. I completely stopped developing the code for months because I really didn't see any point moving forward. And it's an open source project, so I'm not even doing this for a living, just for fun. But I think if someone is doing this for a living, developing security products for a living, this can be a really, really bad experience. So Apple has to improve a lot in this space. As for sources, for my application, I use Patrick Wardle process and file monitor tools, and I even used a few source file as is with some modifications. So a big thank you for him for making those available. And I also use Stephen Davis Crescendo application to better understand how to write such application. So on a very base case, writing an endpoint security client is quite simple. We basically create a client, which is an ES client T type. We create an array of events we are interested in, and then we register the new client and passing in a block where we can define our logic, how we act on the various events. And then we subscribe to those events. So how the application is working and how does it prevents those exploits I talk about at the very beginning, so process injection and symlink attacks. So the application is interested in a couple of events. The first one is the exec event, which is being sent when an application is starting up, executed. And what it will do, it will check for a couple of arguments, which is used by Electron applications to enable a debug port. And it will also check a couple of environment variables, which can be used to inject code into an application. And if any of those found, it will either create an alert, or if it's configured in a blocking mode, then it will deny execution, preventing the injection at first place. Then it will sign up for the get task event, which is basically we get notified if one application tries to get the other application's task port. Basically, it's simply denied as is. If we are using a debugger or Xcode, we need to put those on an allow list, so we don't get denied by debugging, but otherwise it's just fine. The next one is the mmap event. This is triggered when a file is mapped into the memory, What I try to do with this event is to kind of catch dilib injection attacks and sort of enforce library validation, even if the application allows it. Unfortunately, this is not a true library validation. It's not how Apple implements it, because that's done in memory, in runtime. But I actually need to read the file from disk and verify its signature, which is slow because of the disk I/O. I try to do some caching here, but it can cause some slowness in starting up some big applications like Xcode. It's not horrible, but maybe on older Macs it can be noticeable. Basically, what I try to enforce is that the team ID of the loaded dilib should match with the team ID of the main application. The next one is the link event. This is being sent when a hard link is created. Basically, I monitor if a low privilege process shouldn't create a hard link pointing to a high privilege location, because that's potentially an exploit scenario, and it's simply not allowed. And the last event is the create event. This is being triggered on file creation. I use it to track symbolic link creation. Unfortunately, this is a notify only event here, because I cannot validate the target of the symlink before it's created. So I cannot reject the action because I don't have anything to verify. So it's only a detective action and only after the fact, but still better than nothing. And basically all of this simple logic can be used to effectively block all of the exploits I talked about at the very beginning of the presentation. So here's a quick demo of an XPC local privilege escalation in the ClamXF antivirus. Here we can see that we will inject a dilib into the application, and basically the exploit will create a new plist inside launch daemons, which is a privilege escalation on macOS. So after the exploit run, we will see that there is a new plist file in launch daemon. Now, if we have Shield installed on the machine and enabled, it will be different. So we try the injection again, and it will be blocked. We can see that the process is killed and there is no plist created. So in summary, what we discussed, process injection on macOS and file link attacks are responsible for many logic bugs, which many times results in privilege escalation or privacy bypasses. And we can use the endpoint security framework with some basic logic to basically detect and block most of these attacks. The endpoint security framework is based on the Mac framework, and it basically extend it to user mode, which makes the framework really powerful and easy to use. And as you saw, it's not easy to get the endpoint security entitlement. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm available for question and answers.
And I'm delighted to say that Csaba is available for questions and answers. So if you have any questions for him, I know there's been a few comments about Apple being invulnerable and stuff in the chat, but hop into the Q&A Discord channel if you have any questions for him. And here he is. Csaba, welcome to the studio. How are you today?
Welcome, Indra. Thank you for having me. I'm doing very good. Thank you.
You are very welcome. Thanks for making the time to come and talk to us. Thank you for your presentation. Firstly, that was absolutely brilliant. It made me smile about, I'm doing it just for fun. So that is some dedication you've got there. What I wanted to ask you is, why have you made the product free, open source, instead of a paid app? Because you could have.
Yes. So there are a couple of reasons. One, I did it for a learning experience, really, and I also used source code from other open source project, and I didn't really try that if I use their source code, although I added my stuff to it as well, that I would make a paid product. Also, I don't think it's production ready. Like if I ask money for it, I should be able to provide like constant bug fixes, support, and all this stuff, which I cannot commit myself to it. So with all of these items, I decided that it will be a free and open source. So actually, this was my intention from the beginning.
That's fair enough, because of course users of paid apps can be quite demanding because they have paid their money and they want it all, and they want it now, and they want it documented and all the rest of it. So when you were talking about Mac F there and sort of unleashing the power of the Mac, I could see you getting quite excited, which was in complete contrast to the emotions I was getting from you when you were talking about trying to contact Apple, to get information from them, to actually go and help people. So for you doing this, I mean, I know you're not in it for the money, you're in it for the joy and the learning experience. What are the most joyous parts of the process for you?
I think the learning part, when I learned about how to use this framework I used and how do I develop such an application. So yeah, basically the learning period and also producing something useful. And yes, I'm very excited about the Mac framework. I find it brilliant. And yeah, I think it, like other platforms should have it as well. And yeah, Apple communication is just, I think we just need to live with that. So this is how it is, unfortunately.
It's how it is for now. Who knows? You might be able to get on some forum and get together with some other developers and put a little pressure on. Who knows? But I'm glad that you're enjoying unleashing the power of the Mac, at least. We are out of time, but thank you so much for joining me and for chatting to everybody at VB2021. So if you would like to hop into the Q&A channel now, if you have questions for Csaba, then just hop in there and ask him. Csaba, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you again for having me.
So, would you believe it? We are on to our last presentation of VB 2021. Last, but by no means least. I have a funny feeling we had the same presenter at this point in the conference last year. And he's a VB regular. So in his presentation this year, he shares details of the first malicious programs compiled to natively target Apple Silicon, M1 ARM64, and demonstrates effective analysis techniques. So here he is from Objective-C. It's Patrick Wardle.
Aloha and welcome to Armed and Dangerous, a talk about analyzing ARM64 malware on Mac OS. My name is Patrick Wardle. I am the founder, the creator of the Objective-C Mac security website and tool suite. So today we're going to be talking about analyzing ARM64 malware that's targeting Mac OS. After a brief introduction, we'll talk about how to find such samples for analysis. Although the core of the talk will really be focusing on introducing some foundational concepts about ARM64 so that we can analyze such malware. And then finally, we'll apply this to what was the first publicly discovered Mac malware specimen compiled to natively target Apple's new M1 systems. So first, And this should be rather unsurprising. Mac continues to gain in popularity, especially in the enterprise. And arguably in lockstep, unfortunately, Mac malware has continued in popularity or prevalence as well. One of the reasons for the increase in Mac systems, especially in the enterprise, is Apple's new M1 chip. This chip, also known as Apple Silicon, is an ARM-based system on a chip. System on a chip means several technologies, such as the CPU and GPU, are combined on the same system on the same chip. In the context of this presentation, we're really only interested in the CPU, which executes an ARM64 instruction set, which means binaries, including malware that has been natively compiled to run on these new systems, will disassemble into ARM64 instructions versus, say, Intel-based instructions. So why are we here talking about M1 malware? First, it was inevitable. Mac malware authors are obviously going to recompile their existing malware or compile their new malware to run natively on these systems and not have to worry about going through a translation technology such as Rosetta, which might be buggy and or will definitely incur a speed overhead. Also, I did kind of an interesting test where I took a Mac malware specimen that had been compiled for both Intel and M1 systems. And when I broke them out into its two logically equivalent but architecturally different binaries, the detections for the ARM-based one actually dropped, which is something we should be aware of as AV researchers, malware analysis, to ensure that our signatures are not architecturally specific. Finally, though, as I mentioned, any malware that has been compiled to natively run on these systems is going to disassemble into ARM64. So as malware analysts, we need to understand this disassembly, this instruction set. Now, before we can analyze the sample, we have to know how to uncover M1 malware. The easiest way is to look for a Mac binary that contains ARM64 code. One caveat, you're likely going to see this in the context of a universal binary. Universal binary is simply a binary that has multiple architecturally specific compiled binaries in the same package. So Intel, ARM, etc., etc. You can use the file command or the lipo command to confirm it does contain ARM64 code. And then you can execute the otool command to see that it's been built specifically for macOS. With this understanding, we can now hop onto VirusTotal to see if there's any M1 malware out there. And that's exactly what I did earlier this year. Specifically, I looked for ARM binaries, mock-O binaries. I said I'm going to limit my search to universal binaries under the assumption that malware authors are likely going to initially distribute their content in order to run both on Intel and M1 systems, hence in a universal binary. I said I'm only interested in macOS binaries, not iOS. And finally, I said, yeah, it's okay if there are currently detections. I was really just interested in finding any M1 malware. I turned up an interesting candidate, a binary called GoSearch22. We can confirm it is a macOS binary containing ARM64 code, meaning, again, it's been natively compiled to target Apple's new M1 systems. It was already flagged by several AV engines, likely the Intel code in the context of the universal binary was flagging that because that was likely known. And Apple had also already revoked its signature, meaning it was probably malicious. And subsequent analysis confirmed indeed it was malware, specifically a variant of the prolific Pirate malware adware family. So, hooray, we now have the first publicly known instance of M1 malware. Now, before we analyze this, we have to understand ARM64, because again, this is the instruction set that such malware, such binaries will disassemble into. Before we dive into that, there's some really helpful resources that I leverage in order to gain a more comprehensive understanding of this instruction set. So first up, let's talk about registers. If you have done any reverse engineering, you're probably familiar with registers, which are simply temporary storage slots on the CPU that can be referenced by name. ARM64 has 31 64-bit general purpose registers. Each of these can also be referred to the lower 32-bit components of them And you can do this instead of with x0. So the 64-bit part you refer to as x and then a number, for example, x0. The lower 32-bit you can refer to via w. So for example, w0 is the lower 32-bit component of the x0 register. ARM also has various specific registers. For example, SP is the stack pointer, PC is the program counter. There's also the p-state entity, which holds condition flags. Now, when we're analyzing malware, oftentimes we don't have to go through every single assembly instruction. Maybe just focus on API calls and the instructions that initialize the arguments passed to these calls. A lot of times this can give us a fairly comprehensive understanding of a malware and its capabilities. So the ARM64 instruction set, its application binary interface or ABI, dictates that the first 8 registers are passed in x0 through x7. In the context of a function, the x29 register, also known as the frame register, can be used to reference values on the stack, for example, local variables. The return address, that is where the function will return to when a return instruction is executed, will be stored in the x30 or LR register. And then finally, the return value can be found in the x0 register, unless it's 128 bits. And then the x1 register will be used as well. Next, let's talk about instructions. As their name implies, instructions tell the CPU what to do. And so what they specifically do is basically map a sequence of bytes to a specific instruction for the CPU. Instructions start with something known as a mnemonic, which is simply a human-readable abbreviation that basically describes the instruction. So the add mnemonic is for the addition instruction. Pretty straightforward. Following the mnemonic, the instruction has what are known as operands. And in ARM64, the first operand is usually the destination. So for example, in this add instruction, the x1 is actually the destination register where the value of the add operation will be stored. Now there's 3 types of operands. You can have an immediate, which is just a constant. You can have a register, which is one of the 64-bit general purpose registers we mentioned. Or you can actually have a memory operand, which is a register that contains a memory address, a pointer. I briefly want to talk about ARM's memory access model, because if you're coming from Intel, this might be something new. So ARM uses something called the load and store. The idea is that there are a very small number of instructions specifically designed to access memory, and then the majority of other instructions will only operate on values in registers, so not memory, right? So the way this works, as we can see on the slide, is a load instruction will load a value from memory into a register. Then any of the other instructions can perform actions on this value that's now loaded from memory into a register. And then if the program wants to store that back to memory, it executes a store instruction to move from a register back into memory. So again, this is known as a load and store architecture or memory access model, and this is what ARM64 leverages. So to load a value from memory into a register, ARM64 uses the LDR or load register instruction, or one of its variants. And as we saw on the slide in the animation, the instruction is made up of 3 parts, right? You have LDR, the mnemonic, the load instruction. X1, that's the destination register. That's where the value will be stored into. And then the last operand is a memory operand. And we can tell this because it has a bracket around it. And so this basically tells the CPU, dereference that memory address, go there and load that into X1. And we have the analogous C statement on the slide as well if you're more comfortable reading C. Now, once the program is done operating on the value that was loaded from memory into a register, it can store it back via the str or store instruction, or again, one of its variants. Now, one thing to point out, unlike the load and the majority of other ARM instructions, the first operand is actually the source operand, right? Normally it's the other way around. So on the slide, we have str, x1, x0. str again is the store instruction. This tells the CPU to store a 64-bit value from a register into memory. X1 is going to be the register value that should be stored. And then X0 is the memory address where that value should be stored. Again, it has a bracket around it, so we know that it's a memory operand. We also need to talk about branches. Branches are how jumps and calls are essentially made. First type is the simplest. It's an unconditional branch. If you're familiar with Intel's instruction set, this is synonymous to a jump. ARM also has what is known as conditional branches, which will only occur if the condition is met. So this is essentially a way to perform a condition, kind of like an if statement, basically in one instruction. So it's kind of an optimization. And then finally, we have the BL or BLR instruction, which is the branch and link instruction, which is how function calls or method calls are made in ARM64. Now, behind the scenes, before the branch is taken, the return address, which is the address of the next instruction, the subsequent instruction following the branch, is stored in the X30 or the link register. Then the branch is made into the function, and when the function is done, it'll execute return, which will read that value from X30 and jump back to basically the caller so that program flow can continue. Let's now briefly look at a fully disassembled ARM64 program, specifically Hello World, which we've compiled to run natively on ARM64. Now, before we dive into the disassembly, just one point. We have the Objective-C code, and we can see there is an auto-release memory block. Under the hood, this will get compiled into a call to a pool push and a pool pop instruction. So now let's go through this essentially instruction by instruction, first starting with the function prologue. Now, I will caveat, when reverse engineering malware, we generally don't spend a lot of time fully understanding function prologues because function prologues generally just set up a stack for local variables or initializing some registers. And that's essentially what's happening here. So we can kind of skip it in a sense. We then come across a BL instruction. Recall that's how calls are made, specifically to the pool push function. So what this is going to do is it's going to call that function. Again, recalling that the address of the next instruction is going to be stored in X30, the link register, so that the pool push function knows where to return to once it is done. If we look at the documentation for this Apple API, we can see it returns a pool object. Recall that the return value of a function is going to be found in the X0 register. And we can see via the str instruction, this is now being stored onto the stack. So it's storing a local copy because later we're going to need to free this pool object. Next up, we see the call to the nslog to print the hello world string. So the last highlighted instruction is the BL nslog. Again, BL is how you do a call. It's branch and link. So it's going to branch to the nslog function. Now, the nslog function expects an argument, specifically the string to print out. So the highlighted instructions before are essentially initializing X0, which recall is the first argument, according to the ABI, Application Binary Interface, for any function call. So once X0 has been initialized, the nslog function is made, which prints hello world out to the screen. Continuing on, we see another call, another branch instruction, branch and link, to the pool pop function. And if we read the documentation, this is how we free a previously allocated pool object. So if we look at the highlighted instructions, we can see that previously this pool object was stored on the stack via the store instruction. So we're going to need to load it from the stack via the load instruction into X0, again, the first argument, and then make the call, which will then free the pool object. Finally, we have the function epilogue. Like the prologue, this is largely irrelevant, but a lot of times you will look at this to see what is being returned. And again, another takeaway is when the return instruction is executed, as we mentioned, this will pop the value, read the value out of the link register X30 to know where to return to. So that was kind of a whirlwind of ARM64, the ARM64 instruction set. And, there's a lot of information there. If you're not familiar with this instruction set, it might have felt a little overwhelming, but good news, you often don't have to dig that deeply into the instruction set. Why? 2 reasons. First, decompilers are your friend. As you can see on the slide, we take the disassembly, run it through a decompiler, and it essentially reconstructs the original Objective-C source code for us, which I think we'd all agree is far more readable. Secondly, when analyzing malware, you can often lean on or utilize dynamic analysis tools such as debuggers, file monitors, process monitors, etc. And especially the monitoring tools, you don't often even have to ever look at the disassembly. So you might be thinking, awesome, why are we even talking about ARM64? Well, malware authors are keenly aware of the power of decompilers and dynamic analysis tools, and what they will do is add anti-analysis logic to detect and thwart these. So for example, if we run Go Search 22, right, that M1 malware we uncovered, it's going to prematurely exit. So what we have to do is analyze the binary by, unfortunately, reading its disassembly to uncover such anti-analysis logic so that we can then overcome it. So then we can fall back to these more simpler, let's say, but still very powerful analysis tools such as the dynamic analysis tools. One other point, if we look at the decompilation of Go Search 22, we can see they leveraged an obfuscator, essentially making the decompilation useless. This means that in order to find its anti-analysis logic, we do have to dig into the disassembly and understand ARM64 instructions. But again, once we identify and overcome this anti-analysis logic, we can fall back to the other dynamic analysis tools, which don't really require a super in-depth understanding of the instructions. So we mentioned when we run ARM Go Search 22 in a debugger, it prematurely exits. This is not optimal for our analysis efforts because we surely want to be able to use a debugger in order to comprehensively analyze it. So perusing through the disassembly, we come across the following 5 instructions. We see 4 move instructions, which are initializing x0 through x3, and then an SVC instruction, which is a supervisor or system call. So we know it's making a system call, right? This is kind of synonymous to int80. You can see supervisor call number 80. So in order to figure out what system call is being made, we need to look back at the arguments. If we look at the initial argument, it has the value of 1a, which maps to sysptrace. So now we know it's making the ptrace system call. And if we look at x1, this is going to have the value of 1f, which contains pt deny attach, or that's what 1f maps to in the context of the ptrace system call, which is a macOS specific flag, which essentially prevents debugging. So hooray, we've basically found or uncovered Go Search 22's anti-analysis, or specifically its anti-debugging logic. So how do we overcome this? Well, we simply set a breakpoint on the problematic syscall, and then once that's hit, we change the instruction pointer to skip the execution so that it's never actually executed and the malware is none the wiser. So on the slide, you can see how we do this in a debugger. We set a breakpoint, and then we modify the instruction pointer or the program counter via the reg-write command. And as I mentioned, we change it or modify it to the next instruction so that the supervisor call, the problematic supervisor call, is never made. Hooray! So now we can debug to our heart's content, which is great. Unfortunately, malware has other tricks up its sleeve, including some anti-system integrity protection logic. Malware rightly assumes that if system integrity protection is turned off, this is probably on an Analysts system, so it queries the system to figure out the status or state of system integrity protection. Now, if we look at the disassembly, we see a branch instruction to the X8 register, but that doesn't really give us a lot of context. So we have to actually jump into the disassembler to see what the value of the X8 register is so we know what function or method it's calling. And it turns out it's the obfusc message send function. This is an Apple API, and if we read the documentation, we see the first argument is the object that the method is being called on, and the second argument, arg1, is the selector or name of the method. We can print these out in a debugger to see it's an NS concrete task, and the method that it's invoking is the launch method, which means it's about to execute or launch some external process. After consulting the documentation for NS-Task, the parent object of NS-Concrete-Task, we can see it has various parameters and properties such as a launch path and arguments, which we can query in the debugger to see exactly what it's about to execute. We can see it's executing the CRS-util command with the status flag to get the status or state of the operating system, specifically the system integrity protection state. As you mentioned, if it's off, the malware will prematurely exit. Finally, the malware also looks for virtual machines, again, correctly assuming that if it finds itself executing in a virtual machine, it's likely being analyzed by a malware analyst such as myself. It does this via, again, the obfusc message send function. If we set a breakpoint again here and dump the arguments, we see it's executing a fairly comprehensive script that's looking for various artifacts of virtual machines. Again, if it finds that, it's going to prematurely exit. All right, so that kind of wraps up the anti-analysis logic of the malware. Again, once we've identified that and overcome that, we can lean back into the more standard dynamic analysis tools such as process file and network monitors to uncover the capabilities of the malware without actually having to dive into all the ARM64 instruction sets. Now, first, I want to point out, kind of as we wrap this all up, that M1 malware continues to proliferate. This is unsurprising. Obviously, malware authors are going to compile their malicious creations to run natively on Apple's latest systems. Unfortunately, though, we see Apple falling into some missteps in some cases, actually notarizing this malware, meaning they've scanned it, found nothing malicious, and gave it their stamp of approval. Apple, do better, please. So, finally, some key takeaways. M1 malware, here to stay. So it's important to understand the ARM64 instruction set. So first we talked about how to find such malware, VirusTotal or other methods. We talked about some foundational concepts of the ARM64 instruction set. And then finally we showed how to apply those to uncover the anti-analysis logic of the first publicly discovered M1 malware specimen. Really, the main takeaway is, hopefully armed with these topics, you're well on the way of becoming a proficient analyst of M1 malware. I briefly want to thank, first and foremost, the attendees, you all, for attending my talk. I want to thank the organizers of Virus Bulletin for putting on a conference, especially during these trying times. And finally, as an independent security researcher, I would not be here today talking about this research if not for the companies and products that support my work. So thank you to them as well. So again, thank you so much for attending my talk. I think it's Q&A time, and hope to see you all in person. So mahalo again, and aloha.
And I am pleased to say that Patrick is joining us live in the VB2021 studio to take your questions. So jump into the Q&A channel on Discord and ask your questions now if you haven't done already. Patrick, welcome live to the studio. Thank you so much for making the time to come in.
You're welcome. Always a pleasure to talk, present and answer questions at Virus Bulletin.
It's always great to meet the presenters live, and especially ones that I've inadvertently insulted in the past. So I have to apologise to you again for the way I introduced you last year, which was to say your presentation was one of my worst nightmares. I didn't mean your presentation per se, which was splendid. I meant the content of it is enough to give you nightmares. So thank you for coming back and not holding that against me, Patrick.
Oh, I wouldn't miss this conference for anything. So thank you for having me back as well.
I noticed though something curious. You're in the final position again. I'm pretty sure you were last on the stage, the virtual stage, last year. How do you do that?
Well, they do say, save the best to the last. So maybe that's one plausible explanation. We'll, let the attendees be the judge of that.
Yeah, I was going to say, careful now because the Discord channel is still open. So you are inviting comment there. So back to the presentation, though, I do want to ask you about it, even though we are quickly running out of time. So brilliant presentation. But I wanted to ask, does iOS not run on ARM64 as well? And if it does the information you've used for this talk help people to study malware on mobile devices?
Yeah, that's an excellent question and something I like to point out in this talk because iOS does in fact run on an ARM-based processor that utilizes ARM64 as well. So a lot of the information in this presentation directly applies or overlaps with iOS, which is I think really useful because iOS devices are incredibly prolific. Now it's interesting you mentioned malware because we really don't see a lot of malware on iOS. That having been said, having an understanding of ARM64 does allow you to, for example, reverse engineer third-party applications. Perhaps you want to analyze them, make sure they're adhering to their privacy policies. You might want to reverse engineer core components of the operating system itself, looking for vulnerabilities. To do that, you will need an understanding of ARM64. And there are some nation-state malware samples targeting iOS that have been found. So again, armed, no pun intended, with the information presented in this talk, you will be able to, dabble and investigate those binaries on iOS as well.
So you said niche there, right? That's kind of comforting that it's all still niche.
That is true. There's the good news is the average iOS user does not have to worry about their iOS device being targeted or infected by malware. So kudos to Apple for really locking down that platform. macOS, we can't really say the same, which is kind of why we have this presentation today. But we are moving in a good direction, I think.
Patrick, your main subjects may be part of my worst nightmares, but it's been heavenly having you here. Thank you so much for joining us at the VB conference once again.
Thank you again for having me. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to maybe wrapping up the one in 2022.
Easy now, Tiger. Right, jump into the Q&A discourse channel, and thank you very much for joining us. Right, here we are at the end of another conference. We're feeling a little bit sad. How are you all feeling out there? Let me know how you're feeling at the end of this conference. Let us also discover who has won swag. So, firstly, the best suggestion for swag for next year's VB conference in Prague. We asked you to do the hashtag newbie_no_swag and suggest what swag you would like, especially if you're a newbie like me that's never been to a physical conference and never had any swag to take home. Not even this mug. So we looked at all the suggestions, which were things like a titanium spork, jumpers, carrier bags, reusable, obviously, and environmentally friendly. All good suggestions. But then the fight over this mug for the Mugshon made us think, not a bad idea, you know. So Flasso, aka Andy, wins for the suggestion of mugs. Of course, we can't send you the mug because it got auctioned off. But how about one of these fine coasters, and not the one I've written in, but we will find you a squeaky clean notebook. How about one of those as well? So we can fix you up with that. Well done, Flasso, aka Andy. We also have to report on the winner of the Mugshon, and therefore the new owner of this coveted piece of VB swag. Now, let me tell you, the bidding started slowly, and then by 1900, it got more frantic than trying to get a Star Wars animatronic toy on Christmas Eve. Seriously, we soared past last year's winning bid of $155 and romped on and hit the heady heights of $205. Now, this will be donated to the World Land Trust. Details of that and what they do are at the top of the Mugshon Discord channel, and it's a fabulous cause to support. And the winner is... I was expecting a drum roll then. Can we have a drum roll? The winner is Jeanette from the CTA. I wish I could see your happy mug right now, Jeanette. So thank you so much for bidding on that mug, and it will do lots and lots of good stuff. Now, before we go, I would like to say a few thank yous. To the people who have made this lovely conference possible, we'd like to thank all of our brilliant speakers, both those who took part in the live stream here with me, and of course the ones whose presentations are in the on-demand section as well. They put in a tremendous amount of work to their presentations, and we really appreciate it. They wrote their papers, they produced slides, and the speakers who joined me, of course, even put aside time in their diaries to answer questions live as well. There would be no VB conference without the content like that, and I think you'll agree they have excelled themselves this year. So thank you wholeheartedly to all our speakers. We would also like to thank the organisers and hosts of the 3 workshops. Hopefully a lot of you did those yesterday, and one was running all day today as well. So that's Cisco Talos, Virus Total and IoT Village. VB is a bit of a newbie itself when it comes to running workshops, and we've been thrilled to be able to bring these to you and how well received they've been. Of course, we'd also like to thank all of our partners who have been manning the partner booths, and once again the amazing team of technicians. I'm just going to wave to them because I can. Thank you. They're waving back. You can't see it, but they're such a nice bunch of people. They're waving back to me. They have worked so hard behind the scenes to keep everything running absolutely smoothly. And finally, a very big thank you to you for watching. Yes, all 2,000, hang on, I've just got to look up the number, 2,109 of you who have tuned in, you've watched, you've tweeted, you've chatted, you've shared, and everything else. Remember, you can continue to use the rewatch. We're not going to take it away anytime soon, so feel free to do that. And we hope you have enjoyed VB 2021. We have every intention of resuming our in-person conference next year, so put the dates in your diary. VB 2022 will take place in Prague from the 28th to the 30th of September 2022. We very much hope to see you there. As ever, at an event like this, as I say, it's been the work of very many people, and in a moment we will roll the Roll of Honour. See you next year.